All right, guys, how about now? Still no audio? Or now you can hear me? Okay, somebody's saying I'm good. In the YouTube feed, they're saying I am good. How about in the room here? Hmm, that is weird. Very, very weird. Um, okay, how about now? Test, test, test in this other room, not the YouTube feed, but in this room here. Well, I guess everybody better go better go over to YouTube. Just give me one moment. All right, I tried to do what's called a reset of the audio bridge. Let's see if that worked. Okay. Hmm. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'm not 100% sure what happened. I took Real's advice and bought this sound canceling device, but maybe I had to unplug it. But anyway, let me do a couple of things and I'll get back. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Oil is getting pummeled this morning. Okay, I'm sorry, I just set myself on mute. So, oil is getting pummeled this morning. I'll repeat myself. The other thing to repeat is now it hasn't triggered yet. The trade of the week is SDC, Smile Direct, and the suggested buy is around 12.12, so it has not triggered yet. And where are my charts? There we go. So, other things happening. iGate. EYEG, this is really ripping and it's still holding. All I could really see, and they made some kind of an acquisition. It cost them $4 million and the company calls it transformative. Laser, LAZR, LAZR. Okay, pulling back a little bit. Actually got as high as 30. Wow, it's quite a big pullback, almost $1.30 now, $1.40 now. I've picked a few of these oil plays. Oil's just getting pummeled. I think it's down 5% or something like that. There's BP, a little bit of a pop. The other one that I noticed was a CPE, Callan. Clovis, CLVS is moving higher on positive phase 3 results. This one, huge move here for NK. Is it holding? Yeah, so it got as high as 1550, so it is pulled back quite a bit actually. So it looks like they have merged with a company called Immunity Bio, who also, coincidentally, published some positive data. Macerich, Macerich is gapping down 5% right now. Fubo from last week, an AI alert last week for Fubo right there. That was on the December 17th, I guess. The trigger was 30.56. Look at this. 41 continues to be strong. Now, I always find these a little bit hilarious. LMNL. Why do I find this one hilarious? Well, so here it is. It's up 12%. LMNL. The only news I found on it was Piper Sandler, an analyst, initiating coverage on it with a rather liberal price target of $22. That's why I find it kind of amusing. SLS, Stella, I know it's Celis, but SLS, trying to come back a bit. Get me interested over 867. I'm going to stick an alert there. Low float. Of course, it had last week, or at least on the 10th, massive day all the way up to 20. Fuel Tech, FTEK. Okay, starting to, yeah, it's still hanging in there. Don't see any specific news on it. And Gevo, as I was opening the room, Gevo. Let's see, options, a site for expansion project. So that's their big news. It's not a low float. IPOC, guys. I am got back in this one this morning around 12. Okay, this is the, how's IPOB doing? Somebody mentioned it. Yeah, it's still, so I have been, this is the one, of course, I swung for a few days, a few weeks ago. In IPOC, I've been had my eye on it for a long time. On the 11 break and now the 12 break, so got some this morning. And this is hopefully going to turn into a nice swing for me. So right around 12, you don't have to do the same thing, of course. All right, I am very quickly going to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Okay, not that many upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Look at some of the downgrades in now. So there are a few more downgrades than upgrades. Including the wonderful FireEye. When I say wonderful, what a run it had on Friday. FEYE. And SolarWinds is downgraded again. STAG. Sorry, STAG. They're downgraded by. No, I'm sorry. That's the next symbol, STAG. But SWI downgraded again. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, I do have a sort of a sneak promo for everybody. Just going to pop this in right now. We do have a promo code that is actually active right now. Okay, so if you do want to take 25% off, there is the promo code Happy Holly 25%. Okay, all in capital letters. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And it's 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Yeah, I don't, what do I think about Tesla? I mean, it's just something I don't really pay that much attention to. I mean, I know about it, of course, and added to the S&P on Friday after we're right around here. I just don't trade Tesla, so cult stock, of course, but unbelievable if you've been in it way back here. So when you ask me a question, what do I think about it? I really have nothing to say in terms of where I think it's going. All right, let's take iGate is still strong. I mean, that news didn't seem to be that spectacular, but what do I know? Look, the market 4.4 million in the float, 117 million. And they talk about this acquisition they made as being Well, I'll talk about it right now. I've posted it, SDC. It's up to you. I mean, I won't talk about it in terms of other than here it is. Here's the trade of the week. The trigger suggested entry is 12.12. The stop is the rising 10 SMA. So basically, it's up to you if you want to trade it or not. It's all laid out in the email that you get. Boy, look at Fubo, continues to move here. What a great alert last week from the AI at $30. And Goods, I saw you early, so obviously you are not working this weekend or this week. Give me a moment, please. God, why? Thank you. You'd think I'd see that big red dot staring at me that is telling me on mute, but Okay, let me do that again. So if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, my watch list right there, Barry's watch list. And as I say, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout would be replaced, which is okay, as long as you've saved it to the cloud. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I do put a delay on purpose. These will start to trigger immediately. I'm not on mute now. Tell me I'm okay now. IPOC, guys. So, yeah, this is something I really do want to swing. All right, 9:26. So let's see, anything else sneaking in here on the gap up? Boy, I've got a lot of activity this morning, guys. I've got a lot in the gap ups and I've got a lot in the gap downs. A lot of activity. Again, you want to have those and the other two, the pre-market up, pre-market down, the top lists. Everything is accessible from my homepage. I'm just going to pop that in. When you go to my homepage, you'll see one of the tabs is all the scans that I'm sharing. All right, now here's I have to make sure I do this right. All right, I do now have my market open layout on the that you should be able to see. I'm just now going to wait for the market to open. Another buyout, AJRD, forgot to mention that one. This is a buyout in case you see it way up here. Bought out, AJRD, bought out. Also another buyout is RP. Another buyout. Yeah, that's SWI. So how is this? What is the gap so far on it? No, it's actually up a little bit. Okay. And yes, 1 minute to the open. Well, okay, this should be interesting week. It's a shorter week, of course. Market is closed half a day on Thursday, and of course, all day on Friday for Christmas Day. So we basically have 3.5 days to trade today or this week. So let's have a great start to this trading week. I have about a little over 30 seconds to the start. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, let things settle down a little bit. That doesn't mean you have to. I'll talk about stuff, of course, in the first 15 minutes. If you see something you like, you can go ahead and trade it. Well, the 26th is Saturday, so yes. All right, we are
Open. Well, Friday's the 25th, so obviously it's closed for Christmas Day, and the 24th is Christmas Eve, and it's closed half the day. So Thursday, half a day, all day closed on Friday. All right, so let's see anything interesting happening. Luminol, again, a very aggressive price target put on these guys by Piper Sandler, $20. AMP on the move, AMPE on the move. Moment, please. I have to change one of my sound alerts. All right, we have some stocks that are starting to run down now, running down. Of course, the market is very weak open to start. Let's see if we have, but it's starting to rally a little bit, just a little bit. Just one moment, please. All right, EY, yeah, this was not shortable for me. I kind of looked at that news this morning. I thought, okay. But anyway, down it goes, but this was never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, so the trade of the week, SDC. Again, you have to figure out how you want to trade this. The trigger, the suggested entry is 12.12. I mean, you don't have to take it there, but that is the suggested entry. All right, guys, just doing some house cleaning on my other monitor. There's ARPO on the move. ARPO, a little one, just over a dollar now. Probably a low float. Actually, not that low. All right, here is a SPAC on the move. PIC on the move. All-time high now, PIC. Okay, Nanodime, or Nano Dimension, NNDM on the move here. RMG, another SPAC on the move here. RMG, look at this one moving. It's from last week, ELYS. Had a nice move last week. Follow through so far, ELYS. Okay, NK moving down now after the news this morning. Merger with Immunity Bio, plus Immunity Bio came up with some positive data. However, this is starting to move down now. NK, that's a big drop. 1350, 1225. Wow, PGen, guys, PGen, really interesting here. Look at this all-time high through the 200-day moving average. Now, this is probably a symbol name change, okay? Look at PGen, guys. Wow, look at this. I mean, wow, what a move, ELYS. Again, you guys want to trade earlier. I had somebody say, why don't I trade earlier? Well, it's just why I just don't. But I mean, doesn't mean you guys don't have to. You know, I'm going to show you things that are moving. If you feel you want to take it earlier, you know, by all means do it. But well, okay, so let me just have a question here about the falling down below the 10. I don't know if we have that cross. You're talking about an actual alert when it crosses down below? Yeah, so we don't have the 10, okay, right off the bat. We don't have the 10. Now you can find stocks that are below or near it. Yeah, we don't have the 10. If you're looking for the actual alert crossing down below the 10, we don't have that, no. And I think I know why you're asking the question, because you know, if you're gonna get into the trade of the week, and that is that's the stop, I guess you'd like to know. All right, IPOC. This is my in at 12 earlier, like in the pre-market, as in the pre-market. Lots of volume coming into it also, IPOC, a lot of volume. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take This is just for you. The Dreamer. There we go. So I do see that we had a halt, and this is halted still, and the expected open looks pretty good, 8-8. So when I look at SDC, so there's the next level that it's got to try to get through is at 1260. All right, looks like there's pretty good resistance right around there. Now, if it takes that out, if it can do that, then the next area would be about 1339. I'm just looking at these weekly charts. So yeah, Mara on the move. I mean, I saw Bitcoin on the weekend took a bit of a hit, but it's, I say just a bit of one. There's the ETF for Bitcoin. So almost an all-time high again. Right there was on, what, Thursday? Okay, guys, now this could turn into my favorite day. My favorite day being a big gap down in the market and then a recovery. You get a lot of tremendous bounce plays. And the root on the move here. Look at root flying here. 25 million in the float. Just waiting a couple of minutes. We have no AI alerts yet. And CCRC, wow, unreal. Look at this one, guys. I mean, when I told you that it was stacking up at 8.8, like 8 on the bid, like 8.8 bid ask. Look at this. I mean, it popped up to 8.78. Which momentum alert window are you talking about? Are you talking about mine? Like this one? Or what? Like which one are you talking about? Well, I think it'll get really exciting if it can if it can get above here, of course. This is not that far away, IPOC. Do a refresh then, Big O. Okay, do a refresh. If you can see my, well, you can't see my screen, but right beside that gear icon. Okay, that little refresh, that's typically will solve your issue. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to know. Is it a topless window? Doesn't sound like it's a topless window. It's on a momentum alert window. I have no idea. I mean, typically, is it a multi-strategy window? I mean, look, this is black just because it's the latest, it's the last alert. Okay. These are green because I've color coded it that way. I mean, there's nothing, you just select colors. So bullish alerts, I want green. That's all. I mean, you just sort of pick a foreground and a background. Okay. Yes, I'm still in it, Prana. Yes. This is more of a swing for me. Is it possible the merger has happened? IPOB, is that right? Oops. There you go. So IPOB ceases to exist. It is now open, called open. Okay? So where did it close? Where did it close on Friday? So it closed at 29.51. Let's see where open is. So open is a little bit higher, okay? Man, CCRC, rippage. Serious rippage, there we go. That's the serious rippage for CCRC. If it's a multi-strategy window, like this, I haven't got anything in here, then you can assign a color, like here. I can assign a color to the different alert windows that I have in there. That's all it is. I mean, well, and you can check if it's a multi-strategy. Of course, obviously, if it's M in the top left-hand corner. The root of all evil. Look at this one. Wow, root. I'm not sure I've really seen this one too often. What do they even do? All right, another one just got halted. WBAI. This just got halted. Also, haven't seen this one for a while. Another China stock. Haven't seen this one for a long time. This used to be massively active. What do they do? Lottery, gaming, sort of. Okay, so all right, guys. Sorry about that. Man, FireEye Yeah, okay, they did get downgraded, but who cares? Look at this, almost at the high of Friday. Had a tremendous, actually, it was a semi joke, but I suggested people print out this 15-minute chart for FireEye from Friday to show you what a trend looks like. A solid upward trend. Well, FireEye looks like it's trying to take out the high of Friday, 20. It's not quite 20. I don't think it was 20 on Friday, but what am I? Sometimes my little pop-ups just don't show up. I don't know why. Anyway, it looks like if I eyeball, it looks like 1992. Looks like it's almost right there. Well, I don't know what's happening with this one, but man, got halted at $7.90. Continues to run here. I don't see any specific news in this particular one. All right, now I do see that they put out something after the market closed on Friday. EPS 46 up from 27. So I don't know if this is a true earnings release or just kind of a preliminary data. This is what I'm looking at from IB. This happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. So this is obviously, I guess, the reason up 33% year to year and year. Okay, guys. Now, how you trade SDC is up to you. The trigger was 12.12. I mean, the master strikes again. CRC. Now, did this get halted on the way down? No. This got halted on the way up still. CCRC just got halted on the way up again. FireEye, man, FireEye just took out. Sorry, just took out $20. Well, John Bonacci in the YouTube feed, you may be out some of it, SDC. All right, how is SWI doing now? Is it after that little pop? It's still, all right, so I do see that we do have an AI alert. Man, it got stopped out really quickly. Okay, so some craziness, because if you look at what there was a reentry, but look at that reentry stop price of 33. I mean, that's a little bit crazy. So okay, guys, well, the next high looking left, it looks like it is right here at 1286 for SDC, Smile Direct. All right, so I still have this swing from last week, XNet. It is basically where I bought it, so still kind of hanging on to it. GKK, are you in the room? Good morning, GKK. So the only issue with XNet, are you not just a little, not concerned, concerned is too strong a word, but the fact that it's not following Bitcoin at all? You know, I'm looking at Mara, and of course all the other ones in that of the same ilk. It just doesn't seem to be wanting to follow these at all. And I know why you got it. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for me to sell it. But it just seems a little bit strange that it's not, it is supposed to be a Bitcoin play. So anyway, just thought I'd ask your... Meanwhile, Jivo, somebody asked, what are my thoughts on Jivo? It's a big float, 114 million in the float. That is a big float. And I mean, the news, options, a site for expansion project. Let's see, take a look left, 289. Good morning, Sushi. Man, okay, so now this got halted. It just resumed, CCRC. So again, guys, I mean, if you took this CDC, or, around that 1212, and I'm not going to tell you how to trade it, but that is a great percentage move. I know it's meant to be a swing trade. All right, so Trit. Why do I have Trit here? Trit, which got hammered a couple of days ago. 2 days ago got hammered, was up at 14, got all the way down to 8 something, trying to recover. I can't remember why anymore. Can't remember why it got hammered. Well, checking Isaiah, I mean, I had an alert for it, but so guys, we talk about alpha stocks all the time. So look what the market's doing. I mean, yes, it had a little rally, but some red bars starting to form now. Market's down. So these like SDC, this is what we call an alpha stock. I mean, it doesn't care what the market's doing. It's trading completely on its own. I don't even know if there's any news on it. Ah, aha. Oh, that's aha in the wrong way. Well, Goldman Sachs maintains a coverage with sell and target 8. So interesting. When did they do that? They did that on the 16th. What do they know? Anyway, alpha stock, not caring what the market's doing. And we can definitely Treat Ideas is good at one thing, well, many things, but finding those alpha style stocks. Big area for this now, SDC. Big area. I mean, again, it's right, there's that high right there at 1281. Is just a little bit above it. If it can take out 13, then the next high looking left is 1336, 1342. I mean, if it can take those out, man, I mean, it still has room. Just watching. I'm obviously in SDC, guys, but I'm just watching SDC to see if it takes out 13. I've traded some out. I mean, that's just how I do it. Again, up to you how you trade that. And let's see, CCRC is has resumed. Yeah, XNet, yes, XNet for a swing. This is an idea from one of the people in the room who brought us Mara about a month ago. Okay, so he basically targeted it right around here, I think, around $2, between $2 and $3 back here. So XNet is something that he's talking about now, so I took some. All right, Clean Energy. Now, interesting because Clean Energy was rather weak this morning, pre-market. Look at it popping now, Clean Energy, CLNE. It's not a low float either, 142 million in the float. Yeah, there is the BCDA of which you spoke. Boy, guys, Smile Direct is settled. See if it can take out 13. Any vengeance. Yeah, this is too bad. This is one I really had my eye on for a short, but I quickly looked, and unfortunately, Interactive Brokers has no shorts available. All right, Luminol, or sorry, Liminal, LMNL. Very, very aggressive price target put on this stock by Piper Sandler of $20. Wow, SDC at 13 now. Whew. Look at the market. This is, again, guys, market does not care what the market's doing. So if you have not signed up for the trade of the week, now I don't know. Yeah, there should be one next week. Yeah. Just thinking a shortened week and all that, but there should be one next week. All right, we have a halt here for Nuvera, NES. A halt for this one. All right, I've got to put an alert here. I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll take it out. This is SDC. Maybe it takes that out today, SDC. Yeah, Andres, I'm not much of an ETF player, so maybe somebody else can answer that question in the room, in your room there. I'm getting a lot of alerts for stocks that are moving higher. You'd never know what the market was doing. LPTX, another one. Look at the volume coming in. I mean, this is why I see these in my momentum up. And there's liminal, liminal popping through. Look at the volume coming in. So maybe okay. Somebody's asking. They want to play the SPY. What is another ETF that will follow the SPY? I guess that's the question. Somebody can. I'll answer that. I don't have an answer for that. So hopefully one of you guys in the room can help. Yeah. So again, I don't have the answer to this. So there you go. SPXL. Of course, that's the. I'll have to let other people answer you, Andres. I just don't have an answer for you. Man, liminal. Okay, I haven't even looked at my alerts. So the alert at 486. What happened here with clean energy? 568. Got up to 615. T-Bio. Yeah, I put this one in. Don't usually put stocks over 20 in my watch list, but I thought, well, let's see if it could take out that high. Gevo 269. So my watch list has done pretty well also. In fact, look at the, wow, I mean 486, 574 now, and halted. So my buy of SDC was very close to what I did in the simulator. And I took some out right about here in case it couldn't break the whole number. Nothing much. I mean, my minimum volume is 20,000 shares. You check what your minimum is. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Though most of these are halted. Let me just see if there's anything. Yeah, I mean, most of them are halted. Plenty of volume, so I don't know what your situation is. Yeah, I have no explanation. I mean, you can take mine. I mean, exactly. You can take it. I don't know why yours is any different. Oh, this one. I haven't seen this one for a while. Big Five Sporting Goods. Look at the volume that's coming in. Break over 10. Look left on that weekly chart. What do we see? We see a high of about 1064. So I guess in theory it has a little bit of room if it wants to keep moving here. But it is so extended on the 15s, you'd be chasing it. It's the only problem. Yeah, I have no idea why that would happen. The Halts resumes. All right, Sangamo. So Mr. William Squirrel and Ms. Emily Squirrel, these are two that you might want to be looking at for potential shorts, I think. Sangamo, SGMO. These are on my bouncers list, toppers. Okay, guys, again, be careful on the SDC. I've taken some more out now. I don't have that much left. Meanwhile, LMNL just resumed, and I pop. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow. You know what I'm starting to see in the last couple of weeks? I never really used to pay too much attention to these upgrades when a stock had popped already. I'm seeing a lot of these stocks that are getting these very aggressive price targets are actually moving the day of. And you know, this is the next one, LMNL. Piper Sandler putting for whatever reason, a very aggressive price target of $20. Yeah, see, we don't have this. And this is what I'm talking about. This is from my Interactive Brokers news. Okay, so saw that this morning and said, okay, $4 stock with a price target of 22. Give me a moment, please. All right, I'm back, and I see SDC is right back over 13 again. It may be a little extended, but it's still trying to move higher here. This is another, potential. It is shortable for me. Yes. This is what I'm looking at, guys. My bouncers, toppers. Okay. So what we see here, these are anything in orange is a potential short at some point. Doesn't mean when you get the alert you just hop in on it, but it's alerting that maybe these are starting to become a little overextended on the high side. Whereas something like this, though, I would never ever be trying to play a bounce when the market's doing this. Wasn't ever, but you'd like to see the market at least neutral if you're going to try to play a bounce. You don't want to see something like this happening. So for instance, there's Western Union at 22.01. There was the alert, but the market is moving down. So my guess is Mattel probably, now it did bounce a little bit, but I'd be very wary of taking any bounce plays as the market is doing this. It seems to me that playing tops, shorting tops as the market is doing this would be a little more prudent. And look at BGFE coming right into maybe a big area of resistance also. All right, guys, let's take a look at the spider sector list. Now, silver and gold, the only two. Silver and gold, only two positive sectors today. Oh yeah, this one from, remember now this one on Friday. PROG had a tremendous day. It actually closed near the highs. It dropped down to 5, way down to 5 earlier on that bottoming tail, has recovered, and now is above Friday's high. What is Zoom doing? Yeah, it's just way out of the price range I like, but all right, guys. I know normally I wait till about 10:30, but I think I'm going to do it right now. Exciting morning, market moving down, but we're finding all sorts of these stocks that are moving higher, and especially the trade of the week. SDC, my goodness. Tremendous percentage move. So, if you are new to this room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. Now I'm just going to pop a link into the room. All right, I just put my homepage link into it. Oh man, SDC. Honestly, I don't even see any news on it. Usually there'd be a little bit of news, but I just don't even see any news on it. Anyway, if you click on my homepage link, you know what I should do before I do that? Okay, there's the promo code you can use, okay? You see it says Happy Holly, 25% off, okay? Happy Holly all in caps. Then of course numeric 25 and the percent. So you can use that instead of this, the Berry for Alpha. So use the Happy Holly 25%, and it'll get you it'll give you 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. So let me just pop that in. I'll show you what I mean. So we have 4 plans. Here is the big one, the annual premium. So if you use that promo, you just type in, there's the coupon code, just type it in. Okay, and there it is. So you'll save $561. So the premium annual will be $1,700. Okay. The standard is $1,068 a year minus that 25%. Now the good news, the huge difference between our premium and standard is the AI. That is the main reason why people want to access our premium service. AI doing really nothing today, got stopped out first trade. Very light trading so far. But that's the main reason why people take a look at our, and I'm going to go over the AI later. Now the good news is this, is that if you took out a standard annual, just back this up. Here's our monthlies. Okay, so 118 or 228 less the 25%. Again, the discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide that you want to upgrade within 30 days, say from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, we will honor that 25% promo code. Now, other information on my homepage. Well, the wonderful trade of the week. I mean, just sign up for it. It's free. Why not? Sign up for it. Gave you SDC today. Probably one of the best ones we've had in terms of something that has gone straight up and on a percentage basis. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but the trigger was 12.12. Had all sorts of time to get into it if you wanted to take it right at 12.12. 13.34 now. It's I mean, can't really say much more. So it'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now listen, sometimes those of you who sign up for it, for whatever reason you don't get it, all you have to do, if you want, is you can subscribe to my Twitter account. I'm not very active on Twitter, but I do put that in. Sorry, I do put that in Twitter on Monday morning when I get the email, because I do understand that for whatever reason, some of you are not getting it, even though you do sign up for it. So you can always follow me on Twitter and you'll see it Monday morning. Or of course you can come into the room Monday morning before the market opens and I put it up here. So that's the trade of the week. I do a recap, sort of a trading room recap right there. I do that every day. All the scans that I'm sharing are right here. Okay, all the scans are right here. Pick and choose which ones you might want to look at. Lots and lots of education. So if you click here, you'll see the 20 lessons in 20 days. I'm going to pop that into the all right, 20 short lessons. So when you click on that, it will not take you 20 days, but what is a top list? How to build one? What is an alert window? How to create one? So all of the very basic features of Trade Ideas, all explained. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also look at that so you can kind of see what some of the basic features that we do have to offer. Daily support session. So It gets a little confusing, but we have a Trade Ideas YouTube feed, which is essentially like, this room here. Okay, they see my screen, they can hear me, just not as much interaction among traders. So I do monitor it between 9 and noon, and then from 12 to 1, it's all Eastern time, of course, from 12 to 1, another one of the Trade Ideas trainers/traders takes over. I think today is Sean. So I do take a break at noon, so you can always head over there. I will put the link in before I take my break. You can always head over there if you want. And here's Sean. Those guys are a little more into the swing trade mode than I am. Daily webinars, again, we have postponed them all until January. We'll get back to a normal schedule. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time once they resume. Educational videos and some ebooks that we developed. So lots of information from my homepage. So let me talk a little bit about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize these 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened Friday afternoon. So out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. Okay, why did they make the cut? Profit factor, win percentage combination was correct, was okay. So that's why these ones made the cut out of the 50. Be different. You might have some similar ones tomorrow, but we don't know which ones are going to be, which ones make the cut tomorrow, because the AI takes the latest market data once the market closes today and runs through that optimization procedure. This is my recommendation on how you should watch the AI alerts. Make it simple on yourself, okay? From the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. You'll see there's only one alert, got stopped out, only one alert today. And you can incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You see there was the first alert at 9:41. You're presented with an entry and a stop. How you trade it is up to you. Now, I do want to talk about what Trade Ideas as a program, what it is. So what Trade Ideas allows you to do is build what I call, there are other things, but the main reason people take our program is for the event-based scanning. So what do I mean by that? So here's my basic new highs and lows. If I right-click, configure, click on the summary, here are the filters that I'm using, okay? And again, this is one of the ones I'm sharing, but you don't have to, you can adjust the filters if you want, but here are the filters that I'm using. The price is between 1 and 20, the current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day, 400,000 shares. I did make a change for me. It's now 4% from the open as opposed to the close, okay, or down 4%. And the number of alerts, that means it has to have made at least 45 new highs. These are the filters that I'm using. If these filter criteria are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, we get a real-time alert. That's what I call the event, okay? That's why we see these stocks. This is a real-time alert because they met all the filter requirements and they made a new high or a new low. That's what Trade Ideas does. Other things, of course, but that's kind of how we built the business. Now, Trade Ideas links. We have an external linking tool. If you click, and this is only available in the downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version. So tools, external linking. And we link with many brokerage platforms. So this is what linking is all about. It's a time saver. Nothing more, nothing less. So, somebody like myself who is clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it would be a real pain if I had to type them in all day long into my order entry. So it's a time saver, because what happens when you establish the link is when I click on a link, it'll show up in your order entry, and then from within your brokerage platform, you can trade. So it's a time saver. Now, one step further. This is a program, a module within Trade Ideas called Brokerage Plus. This is what this window is, accessible from the toolbar. Okay? If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, I'm going to put the link in. Okay, so what I did is I put this Brokerage Plus intro link in. And this is a video, and this is going to show you how you can use Brokerage Plus and link it to your Interactive Brokers account. Now, you need the Pro version. You can't use IB Lite. What does that do for you? That means you can actually trade within this window. You don't have to use the Interactive Brokers window or trading. You can trade right here. Okay? So you can do things like set up your own buying and shorting parameters. Okay? And that video explains how you do that. So let's just say, back this off a bit. Let's say you click on an alert. You check the chart. You say, yep, I want to trade it. So you go back, right click, and you pick how you trade it. It's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. Okay? This gives you the time to look at the chart and say, yeah, I do want to trade that. Like what's happening with the market. Maybe the market's moving in the right direction. You look at resistance. Is there any resistance nearby? So you can set up these ahead of time, of course, and you just pick how you want to trade it. And that's all covered in that video. Okay? Now, the other big way to use this is as a simulator, paper trader, whatever you want to call it. Before you commit your hard-earned money to the market, please practice trading. It's almost mandatory that you practice trading before you commit money to the market. So you can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage account you have. Super simple to use. You saw how, well, if you weren't in the room earlier, you saw how I took that CDC and this one, this RIGL, this is something I took on Friday in the simulator, and I carried it over. I didn't close out the trade on Friday. So you can also practice swing trading. If you don't close out a trade at the end of the day, then it will just carry over for as long as you want. And so you can practice swing trading. So how do you do it? Well, you just click on an alert. You see the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. And you could do a couple of things also. You can buy it right now if you want, or you could, if you're the type that says, you know what, I'd rather wait for a pullback for FBIO, say down to 334. You can do something like that. So let's just say I'm going to take 300 shares on a pullback to 334. Okay, I click on the buy button, and you'll see a line will show up right on the chart. So you can see right there, if it goes down to, if FBIO goes down to 334, it'll take the trade. So for those of you who like to wait for pullbacks at a certain level, that's how you could do it. The other way, of course, is if, for instance, if you wanted it to break above a certain level, maybe a level of resistance, you could have put the price above the current price, the same Same idea. You just put the price in both boxes, click the buy, and you would have seen a blue line on top. Okay, so I'll keep that there. See if it happens. Okay, so let's just take this trade, this Copen. My goodness, look at all the volume. I'm just going to take the trade right now. Okay, the spread is okay. I'm going to take 300 shares. I'm going to take it at the market. I could take it at the market because the spread was 223, 224. So, you know, it's only a penny spread. I go right in at the market. So I took this trade right there. Always, 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 of course, have a stop. We always talk about that. So I'm going to put a pretty tight stop on this. You should know your stop ahead of time. That will determine how many shares you're going to take. So my stop is right there. Looks like it's pretty decent support on that 2-minute chart. So if I go back to the trade, add the stop order, I'll put it at 210. You see how that's going to show up on the screen. So you see right there, there's 210. So if I allow the trade to go, the stock to go back to 210, it'll take me out for a $43 loss. Now I can put in a target. Let's just say I wanted to put a target of 3. Okay, I just want to show you how this, so hopefully you can see that. It's out. You can't see the price or how much you'd actually make. Hard to see, but there it is on the monthly chart. There's that red line right there. It's at $220 odd. So if I let this run automatically and goes down to 210, it'll take me out for a $43 loss. If it moves up to 3, it'll take me out for a $222 gain, something like that. Now, these lines are movable. So for instance, if this trade starts to really work well, I can use this line as a trailing stop and start moving it, you know, to areas on the chart that would make sense to, so that if there's another support area, remember I was using this as a support area, so there might be another support area that gets generated, and I could put that line right there. I could just move it to the area. So almost like a trailing stop based on the chart. Now, you don't have to do it that way. You know, I could go right here. First of all, these are hotkeys, so flatten. If I want to get out of this trade right now, this RAGL, I would just flatten it. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to show you how you can do it. So I flattened out of the trade. And you see now I have 0 position. $57 loss on it. I could get out of half my position. Just again, just highlight, you know, get out of half my position. I could double my position. I could go in here and trade a certain number of shares if that's what I want to do. Pick the price I want to get out at, sell. Okay, so it's really, really easy. I think it's a very, very easy paper trader simulator to use. So Kent, the trailing stops, yeah, I know it look like they're allowed to use, but they have to be worked on. Okay, if you're talking about, in fact, in that video it goes over. I think you can put a dollar amount. I don't think you can put a percent. To me, depending how many trades you're in, okay, at the same time. I mean, if you're in a lot of trades at the same time, okay, you know, then you should have some automated stop, I suppose. But if you're like me, I mean, I usually only have 2 max trades at the same time. So I'm always watching them. That's why I could take this and use this as the trailing stop. No, not this, but the Copen. You know, I could use this like my trailing stop. I could just start moving it to areas on the chart that make sense. You know, let me move it up here as an example, okay? I would use this like the trailing stop. It makes more sense to me instead of some artificial, well, 1% or 10 cent below. To me, if you're not in like 10 trades at the same time, it makes a lot more sense to me to use this as a trailing stop and put it in areas on the chart that make sense. If it broke down through that support area, you should be you should be out. And if you're new to trading, you should never be, in my opinion, you should probably only be in one trade at a time. Seems some nice movement in some of these SPACs now. How is Open doing? So not great. It became open today from IPOB. So there's where it closed. Excuse me, on Friday, 29.50. So it became open today. That's who they merged with. 29.50. So it is now below where it closed. It did, initially pop up here. Yeah, so Kent, if you're in a max, then to me it'd be a lot easier. You should be watching those on the chart. You can put a couple thumbnails so you have them up so you can follow them all day. All right, guys. Oh, I have a little bit left. Okay. Not eggnog yet. My team is going to the playoffs. You know what, guys? I'm gonna try to do something right now, and let me know if this blocks me again in terms of the audio. I'm gonna try to do something again. I know I probably shouldn't do it now, but I'm just intrigued. Okay, so far so good, right? You can still hear me? Okay. All right. Moment of truth coming up. Just give me a fact. Let me put you on mute first, and the moment. All right. Can you still hear me? You can. Okay. Okay. So guys, this is Okay, I just want to make sure. So I'm scrolling up for some reason. I want to make sure. What's going on? Okay, so you guys can still hear me for sure. Okay. Okay, so what I've done is I have put Real suggested I buy one of these devices that, in theory, is going to help mask a lot of the exterior noise. Okay, so I don't know if I sound, and it's supposed to be intelligent, little AI in action, so it starts picking up external noises and realizes that you guys don't want to hear that. So we'll see how that worked. Now that's what I had on this morning, and I had to unplug it so that you guys could hear me. So might have been something else. So anyway, yeah. Where's me? Yeah, okay. Let me. You may not hear the puppies anymore. All right, I just took a big slurp of my coffee. Didn't hear it. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, that's going to help because I think we're going to have some more work done in the house. So we're going to have some people in and out, which can be a little bit disruptive. So that might. Oh, you heard me when I did this. Oh well, we'll see. I think what's happening is it's supposed to get smart. Anyway, bottom line is you can still hear me, so that's good. Yeah, look at Fubo. Holy, what's the right word? What is the right word? And remember, we're in polite company here. Well, I mean, the reason I'm, for those of you who don't know why I'm talking about Fubo, not just because it's up to $8, but this was an AI alert on Thursday at $30.56. I mean, look at this now. I mean, are they all like that? Of course not. But you know, when people ask all the time, can the AI be used for swing trading? And I was, you know, I was looking at this one, excuse me, and I said, well, look, this closed well on Thursday. Of course, it was an all-time high, so you don't have to worry about chart resistance. And I said, you know what? You can make a determination if it fits your trading plan to swing it. Well, I've got the Yeti actually. But anyway, I'm going to see how this works. It may be nothing. But anyway, look at this. So this was Friday's action. So this was the alert Thursday from the AI. This is Friday's action. Look at today. Yeah, that is the other one. I have the Nano. Okay, for whatever reason, if you can believe it, that other mic would not work with my system. Whatever, and I was on the phone with Yeti, and they couldn't figure out why. So, but the Nano works, and the Nano doesn't have that cardiac or cardioid. Anyway, we'll see how this works. It is supposed to be AI, little AI built in. So the screen is not black. Okay, screen's okay, guys, right? I'm gonna make sure of that. Screen is fine, other than for Cindy. Okay, so yeah, so sometimes you have to do a refresh. Well, this is recovering. I mean, I know I jokingly said, "Who the heck would ever buy this for a while?" But SWI is that's a great recovery. 20% off the lows, 14 from Friday. Again, this is the company tremendously implicated in the Russia hack, whatever you want to call it, and just got absolutely clobbered 4 days in a row, especially the last day though. All right, so I will keep an eye on this NK. So the NK in my watch list at 1332, hit 1340 right now. Big pop pre-market up to 1554. They did have some news. What was that news again? Merger with Immunity Bio. So it's a merger with a company, and then that company had some pretty good news. Achieving primary endpoint. Okay, so the company they're merging with had the news, and there's NK. So, the next high looking left looks like that is 1349. So it takes out 1349. Okay, so that is 2 weeks ago high. Has some room to 14. Okay, it does have some room to 14. So it's not a lot of room, but it has some room. Oh yeah. Hmm. All right, let's take a look at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Well, again, there's NK starting to move. There was the alert, 1332, 1355 now. What is Mara doing? Is Mara at 11? Almost 11 now. AQB, Fred. Let's see what Aqua Bounty is doing. AQB. Yeah, I mean this is an interesting one for sure. I mean this had a lot of activity. Looks like about 2 weeks ago. Okay, it might get it. I know. There was no reason for me to get out of it yet. I mean, I'm in at 3 from last week. Anyway, sorry, I was got distracted. I was just following a discussion. So yeah, AQB. So we are now, of course, we're above last week's high, and 1144. That was 2 weeks ago high. Fairly low float, 22 million in the float. Let's see. Do I see any news? Nothing specifically today. Look at NK, guys. 1332 alert, 1376 now. Well, Mohammed, I mean, yeah, there's always a possibility it'll continue to go up tomorrow. Yes. Somebody asked, is there a possibility that SDC will continue to go up tomorrow? Of course, there is a possibility, but the crystal ball does not tell us whether it will. When you look at the 1336 and 1342 are the next two highs looking left. So I mean, what did it get to today? It got up to 1337. So it got a little bit stuck there. I mean, but can it pop through that tomorrow? It could. Meanwhile, TRIT, I think, is another one that is coming back. TRIT. All right, so Sangamo, let me just check this out. 1522. So it finally did have that big pullback, but now it's popped right up. So Sangamo, what's the high there? The high, so it's above that high of about 7 days ago. 7 days ago, yes. TRIT, guys, almost 10 now. TRIT. Oh, that's right. That's right. So that was the reason why this one went down. some demand payment, statutory demand for payment. So that is why this one got just absolutely hammered. This one being TRIT, TRIT, got absolutely hammered. 13 down to a 9. But now it is starting to come back. Well, look at the volume. It just came into SLGG, Super League Gaming. SLGG, a lot of volume came in. Low float, 14 million in the float. Any ideas on Isaiah? Okay, so it's not a low float, 45 million in the float. Nice, obviously, nice break. Look at NK, guys. Nice break on the daily. Just trying to check. So there are some highs around here. You know, the weekly chart looks like there could be some stumbling areas. I mean, it's above 120. The next high is 139. Next high is 155. So now this area, it might struggle to get through. You know, it's the only good thing on the fives is kind of hugging that 8 EMA. Hasn't crossed below, so it's kind of hugging that. But right now, I don't see a big edge. NK guys, oh man, 1332, 1407 now at that little pullback, and now over 14. All right, guys, just out of curiosity, did you hear my little friend greet me this morning? No, you did hear her. Okay, so I'm, again, just a bit, as much? Okay. So again, I'm not sure how this device works, if it has to hear external sounds for a while to realize those should be blocked out. So we'll see. Okay, so PJ, was there an echo before? Or a bit of an echo before? And now no echo? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm not sure there's anything I have to do, Christopher. I think it's just plug and play, and then it learns. There's really nothing much to it. I may be wrong, but anyway, I think it's supposed to learn, you know, these background noises, and then realize, okay, that's a background noise. We don't want you. William, this might be one for you. TWOU. TWOU. Looks like it's at the top of the 15 and the 30 minute, but it's on my bouncers toppers. TWOU. It might be something you're interested in. That's what it's supposed to, Grumpy. Yeah, I mean that's how it's billed as. Oh, I have no idea. Don't ask me, Ryan. The technical aspects of it. I just plugged it in, and anyway, we'll see. I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe it takes a while to learn, and if it doesn't work, I just give it back. Grumpy, easy. Oops. That's what it's called, and this was a recommendation from Real. That's what it's called. Somebody mentioned edit earlier. I think it was Zach. Did they? What did they cure? Wow! Holy! What did they cure? How's CRISPR doing? CRSP. That usually follows. And how about NTLA? Those are the three that usually. Yeah, they're all going crazy. NTLA, edit, and CRISPR. Another one that is just straight up on the 15s, Atom, ATOM. I'm hardly seeing anything on the way down. I mean, the market is still down. I mean, yeah, it's trying to recover a bit, but hardly anything. Okay, Christopher. Well, again, it's an experiment, so we'll see how it goes. Another one. Man, look at these little guy. 4 million in the flow at SNES. Coming into the 200-day moving average, 189. This is shortable. Shortable, William. SNES. Hello, Mark. And Main Killer, I mean, you'll get some, nothing from me, but, if anybody, maybe somebody's got Nike, I don't know. December 18th post-market, so had earnings on Friday? What? Very, very, very rarely. Did Nike actually have earnings after hours? It looks like it did. That's very rare for a company to have earnings after hours on a Friday, especially a big company like Nike. Anyway, I can't give you any advice like that. Hello, Mark. Yes. Well, again, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Trade of the week is still hanging in there, about $1 above the entry. 12.12 was the trigger. I did not get in there. I got in a little bit later, but sold some here, sold some more. Don't have as much left. That 12.38, look left on that. Have to look left on the weekly chart, and that's kind of where it stalled. 13.36, 13.38. That was the high. So again, if you're in this one, just be aware that could be the area where it could really be tough to get through. Now, 1342 and 1336, those two highs on that weekly chart. Sneeze is on the SNES. Boy, I mean, it is still, look at the volume coming in. Low float. I don't see any specific news on them. So if you look left on the weekly chart, what do we see? $1.96. So it takes that out. I mean, if it can take that out, then the next high in that weekly chart is way up here at 3. So I'm sure there will be people that will put in their books. I haven't read one for so long, so anything I read would be not that current perhaps. So I'm sure there'll be some people in the room who will help you there, Main Killa, asking for books to recommend for a first-time investor. Mr. Gypsy Trader, good morning. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. How could I forget? Ms. Gypsy Trader. How could I forget? All right, guys. So to sum up what I've done, I still have my XNet from last week. This is just hopefully a longer term swing. In at 3, so really has done nothing. I still have my IPOC. I did take some out. You know, got up to, didn't quite take out that 13, so I did take some out. I got in this morning at around 12. And then, of course, the trade of the week is sensational. Again, if you're new, do yourself a favor and sign up for the trade of the week. Imagine that it's free. Yes, it is. And again, it'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, like SDC was sent to you about, I think it was about half an hour before the market opened this morning. And the suggested entry was 12.12. So plenty, no issues getting into that one at all. If you wanted to take it right at 12.12, you don't have to, but meanwhile, man, SNES, again, look at that. I mean, look at this move on the 15-minute chart. No inkling whatsoever this was going to happen. There's the pre-market. There's that tan area right there. Didn't do anything. Probably not very much volume. Even the market open first hour, nothing. And all of a sudden, at 10, is that 10:45? Yes, at 10:45, little pop, and now bigger and bigger. And it's a low float. Yeah, the Agio definitely was not, that got stopped out so quickly from the AI. AI is not having a great day today. Could turn around, but right now, as we speak, not having a great day. Some of them mark. SNES was not. I mentioned that before. I mean, SNES was just sitting here, you know, at $1.44. Didn't do anything pre-market. There's that the tan area there is the pre-market. Open, didn't do anything, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, I don't know, John. I don't know. But you know, a lot of the ones that are moving had some pre-market action. I mean, look at NK as an example. It was way up here at 1548, pulled all the way back down here. From my watch list, get an alert at 1332. I mean, it's already way up, but it still moved. 1332, almost taxed on $1. This trade room opens at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay, we go 9 to 3 Eastern Time. Yeah, I'm not sure we'd want 1,000 people, but you know what? The thing is, most people just sort of sit and watch and listen. They don't post that much. Which is absolutely fine. I'm sure it's at least the 80-20 or even 90-10 rule. So what I'm going to do with SDC in the simulator is I'm going to get out of half the position. So I just clicked on half. I got out of half the position. Yeah, Zach, I don't know. That's a scary one. Yeah, okay, Fred, I do see that. It's a little strange action, though, I found for RVP. This is one that we were looking at last week. I actually thought this might turn into a swing trade for me on this day. The problem is, you see that topping tail? It didn't close well enough for me to take it as a swing trade. So I held off, and I'm glad I did, because in the next 3 days, just went down. Call this a virus play, retractable needles. Anybody have shorts for this one? This iGate EYEG. This was just I just looked at that press release. I thought, come on. But anyway, EYEG just didn't have any shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Mark. Yeah, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Not really. No, as far as the extent, not following the Mara, not really. Again, I can't give investment advice like that, main killer. Okay. I'm not an investment advisor. I have to be careful, okay? I'm not going to say, yes, you should do this. But others in the room might give some ideas. Maybe because I don't look at it like that. I don't invest like that. But others might, and maybe they'll pass on their experiences. So, Jamie Lee, are you talking about Interactor Brokers, IAB? Is that what you're talking about, Interactor Brokers? Or are you talking about something else, IAB? Okay, so you are talking about, most of us just call it IB. Yes, yes, you have to have a pro, you can't use their light version. You have to be using their pro version or whatever they call it. The version where where they charge you commissions. In which case, then you could. I'm going to pop a video in for you to look at, and that explains exactly how you could do it. How you could use this window here that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Yeah, I thought it looked familiar, IAB. So guys, again, if you have, I'm not telling you to get rid of it. I'm just saying, with the SDC, it may struggle to get through these two areas right there. I mean, it came almost right to the penny, to the 1336, and then right after a couple of weeks before that was 1342. So it got up to that area. So just be aware. Give me a moment, please. Wow, NK again, NK. So again, if you want access to my watch list, all you have to do is from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and My Watch List right there. Now remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, including mine. Okay, now when you click on it, you're not going to get all these other windows. The idea is just to focus on this. Okay, so, but again, it's a layout, so make sure before you do that, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save that to the cloud first. So you can sign up for the trade of the week. Let me just pop my homepage link in. I had a question from the YouTube feed. How do I sign up for the trade of the week? All right. So Rajiv, if you click on that link, the homepage link, my homepage, if you click on that, right here, get the trade of the week delivered to your inbox, okay? All right, guys, so I'm all out of SDC now, completely out of it. In the simulator, I'm still holding, but I'm all out of it in my real account. I can always get back in. If it can take out 1336 later on today or maybe tomorrow, I might take a look at it. But, you know, on an intraday basis, you're not going to get, I mean, I mean, look at the move. I mean, straight up on the 15s. Well, that pulse really did work for you. Just never trades very much volume, but it just moves. I'm talking to Fred in the YouTube feed. And the same with the SMMT. There's just no volume, but I mean, if it can take, and it looks like it's trying to. What's the 13 up here? 549. So, yeah, I mean, it's got room. It just doesn't really have the volume. Okay, so VJ, yeah, it's a common theme, unfortunately. People who sign up for the trade of the week don't get them. No explanation for that. All I can do is tell you to, or suggest, shouldn't say tell. Go to our homepage, start that, you know, you're going to get a little pop, start a discussion and say, listen, I'm not receiving the trade of the week. Here is my email address I use to sign up, and maybe they can check the account. Obviously, check your spam filter, okay, before you do that. It may be automatically just going into a spam filter. Okay? Now, as far as a video which explains what the different watch lists are, no. I mean, what watch list are you talking about as an example? Adrian, okay, so that VWAP there. Now I don't put the VWAP on the chart. I always thought there was a little bit of. So you're talking about having the VWAP one on the chart. Is that correct? There are multiple green and yellow watch lists. I don't understand. Are you talking about this? This is not a watch list. These are alert windows. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Not a watch list. Okay, we're just semantics here. Well, you know, this watch list here is something I construct. Once the market closes, I get to work in creating a watch list for the next day. How I do it? Well, that's a secret, okay? All you have to do is, if you want to see the alerts as they come in, is load from my channel bar, from not my channel bar, but from the channel bar, and then my watch list, okay? And so, you know, these stocks typically will have room to run on more than just intraday moves. Yellow means that that's a low for the day. Green is a high for the day. You know, at that time, 9:44. This right here, this shows you the first time that the alert happened. Okay, this is the repeating version. So GIVO 949. So you can see right there. Well, let's get a better one here, like the luminol. All right, IPOC, thank you. So the luminol at 10:07, okay, that was the first time it was alerted. What did it do after that? Got all the way up, I mean, fantastic, all the way up to $7 from 486. It was repeated over and over again in here. You see luminol, you'll see it every time it keeps making a new high. Okay? So this, why I like arranging it like this is because, okay, I say, okay, great, there was the alert, there's the time. What did it do since then? Did it move? 522, that's at 540 right now, Este, as an example. The NK 1332 at 1054. You can see there's the blue arrow. That just all that tells you. That's the candle in which the alert happened. So it's a nice visual representation. What happened afterwards? Well, not bad, obviously. Well, we do have, if this is what you're talking about, Adrian, we do have, but I will warn you that it requires volume, crossed above the VWAP, crossed below the VWAP, okay? But you may not get the alert exactly at the time because it requires a volume confirmation, if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about just the filter, so if you want to have stocks that are over the VWAP or under the VWAP, then you can use that as a filter. All you would do is add the filter. So if you wanted to make sure stocks were above, you would just put in the min box, you'd put, literally 0.0001 to make sure that stocks are above the VWAP, as an example. Does that make sense? Okay, good. All right, guys, so it is now 11:45. I take a break just before noon, and Sean, I believe, is on today, and he will take over the YouTube feed from me at noon. I will put in the link to the YouTube feed. And before I do go, we do have a promo code that you can use. You want to take off 25%. Okay, so you can use that promo code right there. So when you click on my home page, there it is, Happy Holly 25%, all in caps. So if you do want to take out a subscription, when you click on my home page, obviously disregard this promo code and use the other one. And then to get trade ideas, and then all you have to do, whatever plan you want to purchase, just enter the coupon code, just enter it in here, okay? And that'll get you 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. So this is a great way to try us out. You can try us out on a monthly. You can try, say, the standard. You'll get 25% off that first month. But if you really like us and you decide you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual plan, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 25%. So this is a great way to try us out. I listened to Grumpy a lot. He's kind of taught me a lot. Well, let's put it this way: a lot of trial and error at the beginning, a lot of mistakes, a lot of mistakes. Not having stops, got beaten up a lot. It just, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of charts. Okay, guys, okay. The market is putting a nice little rally here. Yeah, this could still turn into my favorite day. I was a little skeptical right there because it was moving like that, but then it just abruptly stopped for 45 minutes. And they jokingly say my favorite day. I love the gap down days and then the steady recovery during the day. It gets a lot of great bounce plays can happen, especially stocks that were beaten up not because of any specific reason. They were just down because of the market. So those sort of stocks, you get action like this, and that can really help bounce plays. Alex, I don't really remember. It's one of those things. All of a sudden, it happened. Stops, having stops. Like I would still not be, doing what I'm doing if I didn't have stops. And everybody's different. Everybody's different. We get the question, well, how long will it take me to become profitable? Well, it depends on, I'm not talking to you, Alex, but it depends on you. I mean, how much time are you willing to invest in it? And that's not even it either. I mean, you can spend years and not become profitable because some people just don't get it, especially the stop aspect. They just will not allow themselves to be stopped out of a trade until it's too late. I don't know about intuition. I mean, it doesn't hurt, but I mean, you should always, if you want to call this intuition, following the market, what the overall market is doing. What I said before, I wouldn't be taking bounce plays here, when the market is moving down. I mean, it's going to be hard to find, you'll find some bounce plays, but how much are they going to bounce when the market is against you, as opposed to now? Now that's not intuition so much. I mean, that's just, to me, logic. Checking the sector. What sector is the stock you're in? You know, I mean, is it doing not too badly? So look at the financial sector. For whatever reason, the financial sector is just slightly positive. You know, so I mean, this is today, but I mean, when you get into a trade, you should especially if it's not what we call trading on its own. This NK is trading completely and utterly on its own. Why? It had news. Now, whether you think the news is great, and if you're going to sit there and say, well, that news wasn't that great, it shouldn't be doing this, doesn't matter. You know what you think. This is what the market is thinking, and so it really didn't care. It doesn't really care what the rest of the market's doing. It's trading on its own. It's an alpha stock. SDC earlier, certainly. Look what it was doing here while the market was doing this. Okay, trading on its own. That's what we really, really, really like to zero in on with trade ideas. Finding stocks that are kind of trading on their own. And this is what, these can tend to do because, stocks making basic new highs and lows on abnormal volume usually are trading on their own. Now there you go. So everybody's different. It's hard, yeah, Cam. 2 years to get your remote, and so I mean that's why we do have a simulator. You can practice trading. This is our simulator right here. Practice before you commit money to the market. And as I always say, you should obviously practice trading, but you might be great at simulation trading and paper trading, okay? Doesn't mean you're going to be great once you have money in the market, because all of a sudden you're seeing your true P&L going up and down, whereas here it's still not really your money at work. But if you cannot make money paper trading, you'll never make money when you put money in the market. So NK just took out almost taking out the pre-market high of 1550. And it's not a low float either. I mean, 34 million is not high, but it's not one of those crazy low floaters. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in so I can get ready to leave once Sean takes over the YouTube feed. So I'm just going to, oops. So I haven't gone yet. Come on, XNet. Join the party. Well, it did sort of last week. I did get up to, 340 odd through the 200-day moving average. When do the sessions like this happen? Are you talking in the YouTube feed, the tech guy, or are you talking like where you are? I mean, this room like this is we open at 9 o'clock Eastern time, so we go from 9 to 3. Okay, this room. Okay, 9 to 3 every day, Eastern time, of course. And so I'll be taking my break really soon. Okay, I see you there, Sean. You were streaming. Okay. Now, Sean, you can hear me. You're going to have to, in Slack, you're going to have to tell me when you want me to start streaming, okay? When you want, okay? You have to tell me in Slack. But I'll stop my stream right now. When you want me to start streaming, okay? You have to tell me in Slack. And I'll stop my stream right now.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the handoff, Barry. I'll get started here in just another minute, so stand by. Hello, everybody. Thanks for the handoff, Barry. I'll get started here in just another minute. All right, hello everybody. It's the top of the hour. It's your boy Chicago Sean McLaughlin. This is the live Trade Ideas Q&A session. We do this every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. This will run for 1 hour, and this is an open forum. This is an opportunity for you to ask any questions you have about the platform, how to use particular windows or features, how to interpret the data, how to set up a layout, basically anything you could think of about the platform that you need help with. That's what this hour is for. I don't have any planned content to discuss. This is going to be driven by you, the audience. I see that there's 75 of you here logged in on YouTube right now. So should be plenty of questions. So I am here for you. My standard disclaimer I say at the top of every call is, I don't know the answer to everything, but I know enough to be dangerous. And if I don't know the answer to one of your questions, I can certainly point you in the direction of someone or someplace that will. So welcome to Christmas week trading, or the next 2 weeks, I guess we could call Christmas trading, where volumes will probably begin to taper off a little bit, which can be good or bad. Sometimes low volume, we get pretty whipsawy moves, and sometimes with low volume, it just kind of dries up and nothing happens. Who knows? I've been trading for this is my 23rd Christmas trading, and there've been some whopper Christmas weeks during that time, especially most recently 2018. If you for those of you who were trading in 2018, Christmas week of 2018. The market had a major washout, major bottom, a sell-off that had begun in November really hit its apex on Christmas Eve of all days. We had a huge sell-off. That was pretty exciting. I remember I was back in my hometown visiting family for Christmas that year, and I wasn't planning on it, but I ended up spending Christmas Eve day in a coffee shop with my laptop trading like a madman because the market was doing some crazy stuff. Who knew? All right, Sam, I see you have a question. How to make sure that my layout opens on the same window on an extended screen? Yes, I saved the layout about 100 times. Well, maybe the 101st time is what you needed, Sam. Just kidding. Well, it's hard for me to demo for you what you need to do when I only have one screen to show you with. But if you have a second screen or a third or a fourth screen, what you want to do is you want to go into your Trade Ideas settings here and go to Tools and then Options and then go to Layouts. And I always forget which one is which. This little toggle right here, whatever you've got set right there, just toggle it to the other option. See what that, change it and then hit save. And then what you're going to need to do is you should go and close all of your windows. So in your TI menu bar, go to Windows, just hit minimize all. I didn't mean to say close, but just hit minimize all. Okay, like that. And then you should take your TI menu bar and drag it over to an adjacent window. And once you've got it where you want it, go back to Windows and hit show all right there. And I believe those will launch on your new window, and then you just want to go ahead and hit File and Save Layout. Now, again, I don't have the ability to do that for you because I only have one screen here. It's not a feature that I use. So if what I just showed you doesn't work, and I apologize if it doesn't, just shoot us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, and one of our technicians who deals with this kind of stuff can definitely figure it out for you. I know it can be done. We have many users who have multiple monitor layouts, and they do like to have Trade Ideas windows open up on different screens. So I know it's possible. I just it's just not a feature I use because I only have one monitor here for my TI layout. So hopefully that works for you, Sam. Okay, so you have a second question there. How to lock the single stock window with my parameters with every layout channel? Okay, so let's say you got a single stock window, you've made some custom changes to it, and now it looks the way you want it to look, right? Well, I got good news and bad news for you. Yes, you can save this as a default, but then you're gonna have to go into every layout and upload your default version of your single stock window. And then save it. But once you've saved them all on all the layouts, then it'll be all good. So what you want to do here is in this window, assuming you've got your single stock window looking the way you want it to, you right click in the window, then hit save as default. Okay. Now, anytime you go to any other channel, let's just say I go to, I don't know, I'm just going to go to a different channel here. And now let's say I want to launch a single stock window that looks like my default. You'll see a single stock window here. This is not my default. This is just whatever is on this pre-market channel. But if I go to my TI menu bar and hit new and single stock window, check this out. Look at that. Now that looks exactly like the same window a single stock window that I had on the other layout, because this is now my default. So every time I launch a single stock window, it will look like this. So you'll have to go through all of your layouts, Sam, and maybe close out the single stock window that's there and then replace it with your new one. Oops. And then make sure you save the layout with the new look. Okay. Hi, Fred. We're not talking about stocks here today. This is not a stock session. We are just talking about the software, helping people learn how to use the software. That's all we're doing here, buddy. Curious why that window is just showing up there in the background. Okay, I'll deal with that later. Okay, what happened to my music? How you guys feel about a little Led Zeppelin today, huh? Sam, so when you get your single stock window looking the way you want it to look and you hit save as default, are you telling me that every time you launch a new single stock window, it doesn't look exactly like the one you saved? Yeah, Steve-O. Sam, I don't know what to tell you on that one. I mean, it works for me. I mean, look, I'll make a change here. Let's just add something here. We'll add another data point. Let's go to, let's do search, something I never use. Let's do like float. Well, I shouldn't say I never use float. I use float a lot, but let's put a short float column in here. Add. And now see, I got the short float showing here, whereas this one doesn't have short float. So now I'm going to save this as my default. Okay, and now watch. When I open up a new one, new single stock window, look at that. It's got the short float showing right there. I need to stretch this out a little bit. Oops. But there it is. Looks just like that one. So it's working for me, Sam. If that's not working for you, you might have to send us, send that to an email as well. Maybe there's a bug on your side. So you're using Smart Stop. Let's see if we can do something with Smart Stop. We'll add both of these. Show column. Okay. Okay, I got Smart Stop there and Smart Stop there. I'm going to save this as my default. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up a new one, single stock window. And I'm seeing short float. I'm sorry, Smart Stop and Smart Stop. So Sam, there you go. That's all I can tell you. Now, if you're using channels, if you're going to channels, you can't customize the channels. You could customize them while you're there, but they will not, you can't save, like, let's go to a channel here. Let's go to stocks I like, for example. Now, I can move things around and I can change my single stock window to have that one that we just created, right? Now here's my single stock window. It's got the Smart Stop that you asked for. There it is. It's all there, right? But check this out. If I'm on the stocks I like channel, let's go to a different channel and then I'm going to come back to the stocks I like channel. Let's go back. You're going to see that those changes I made have not stuck. And why is that? It's because these channels will always launch exactly the same every time. That's by design. If you're on a channel and you make changes to it, and you make it, you make your single stock window different to your custom single stock, you're going to have to save that as one of your custom layouts. You're going to have to go in when you're here and you've made all the changes. You're going to have to go up here and go File, Save Layout, and give it a name, Sam's Layout. And whenever you want to launch this layout, you're going to have to launch it by going to File, Load Layout. You're not going to be able to do it through the channels like that. Okay? Every one of these channels you see here in your channel bar, these will launch exactly the same every time, no matter what changes you do here. You can make all the changes you want while you're visiting a channel, okay? And they will stay as long as you stay on the channel. But as soon as you leave that channel, next time you come back, it's going to be back to the default. Okay, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that, Sam. All right. Good questions. I'm glad you asked those. I'm sure there's somebody else who was wondering the same thing. Andres, I see your comment. I am not an amazing trader. No. Don't be fooled. Yes, I see what you're seeing. You're seeing my winning percentage is at 89%. Well, that's because I'm holding my winners. These are swing trades, okay? These are swing trades, and as long as they're working, I hold them. When they're losing, I sell them. You can see I sold 2 of them today. I closed out of 2 trades today. These were losing trades. So this is just showing me my winning percentage of my open trades. Don't be fooled. I'm not that great of a trader. Hi, Cyberk. Okay, you have a question about the position in range and position in lifetime filters. I'm not sure about them and how to use them. All right, so you can see in my top list window here, I've got a position in range. It's a position in 20-day range column right here. So what is this filter telling us? Let's stretch this out a little bit. What this means is when you see like a full bar right here, full green, this means that these 4 stocks here, Fubu, STNE, ZLAB, AGCO, all 4 of these stocks are currently trading above their 20-day range. So whatever the high price was for the last 20 days, well, today it's above it. Let's pull up a chart and confirm that. Here's a daily chart right here of Fubu. And sure enough, I mean, wow, look at this thing. This thing's really moving. It's definitely trading above the high of the last 20 days, which would have been right here, Friday's high. Okay, that's what that's showing you. Now on these stocks here, where you only see partial green, this is showing you where within the 20-day range this stock currently resides. So let's say this one right here, this BMCH, if you look here, it's almost at the 20-day high, but not quite there. And you can see it here on this daily chart. If I zoom in a little, you'll see we're just a smidge below Friday's low, or Friday's high, excuse me. That's why it looks like that. Whereas if we go down here, let's go to like LI, we are in the lower half of the 20-day range. And sure enough, here's a daily chart, and 20-day high is probably right about there, right? 20-day low is down here. We're definitely down near the low. That's what that means. That's what these red areas are showing you, just to kind of visualize that. But the position range filters are definitely just designed to show you where a stock is now compared to where it's been over whatever range you're looking at. If it's a 20-day range, or if it's a lifetime range, or if it's an intraday range, that's what those are for. Sahar, how to set up a buy or sell order. So are you asking, like, how can I buy or sell from my chart? Because I can do that here. I've set it up where I can just right click in this chart, hit trade LI, and hit buy using swing trade buys, buy using all-time highs, or short using swing trade short. These are the 3 different strategies for entering trades that I've set up. All right, so the way I set those up is if I go into my positions tab here, or my brokerage plus window, and if I go to my strategies tab, you can see these are those 3 strategies I talked about: the swing trade buy, swing trade short, and the all-time highs. Now, if you wanted to create a buy strategy from scratch, you just right click in this window, hit new trading strategy, and if it's a buy strategy, it's going to be a long, so you choose long. Okay, I just keep things simple here, guys. I mean, you can get super complicated if you want, but I'm a simple guy. So I just do that long. I give it a name. We'll call this Sahar's buy strat. Okay. Oops. And now I'm going to work through the tabs. Entry time, I'm going to leave, for me, by the way, market opens at 7:30 a.m., closes at 2 p.m. I'm in Colorado in the Mountain Time Zone. So I'm just going to leave that wide open so that I can send these orders at any time. I'm going to go to order details. This is how I'm going to choose my position sizing. Very, very important. You have 3 options for choosing position sizing. Fixed dollars, meaning I'm going to invest $10,000 per trade. So however many shares that buys, however many shares $10,000 buys, it'll buy that amount of shares. You could set this any number you like. That's one way of doing it. Another way is fixed shares. Some people like to trade in 100 share blocks or 500 share blocks. I don't recommend that, but you could do that. You know, if you typically only trade stocks that are priced in the same area, then yeah, that might make sense for you. The third option, this is the one I use, is based on stop loss, which we'll set our stop loss in the next tab. But here, you could set how much money you're willing to risk per trade based on where your stop loss is. So I don't know how much money you guys all have in your trading accounts, doesn't matter, but let's say that you're comfortable risking $200 per trade. Okay, well, great. If you do that, then this will, whenever you enter a buy trade, it will size your position such that if your stop loss level gets hit, you will lose approximately $200. Or you could change that to $100 or $50, or you can go $5,000, you know, whatever number makes the most sense to you. All right, I typically don't like to risk more than $200 per trade. That's just me. Now, remember, it's based on the stop loss. So we have to set where our stop loss is. So you go to Risk Management tab, and here, stop loss, I don't have anyone set yet, but I'll go here and I'll do a percentage, and I could set it so that my stop loss is 5% away or 1% away, kind of depends on your time frame, whatever makes sense for you. I use a 5% stop loss. I'm a swing trader, so I'm comfortable with 5%. That's what I use, but you could use fixed dollars if you wanted. You could risk only, you know, a $3 move in a stock, right? But again, that's a $3 move in Amazon is going to look a lot different than a $3 move in some $5 stock, right? So I don't use dollars. I stick with the percentage, 5%. That works for me. Hold time, I don't do anything here. Just leave none, no timed exits. You could definitely nerd out in some of these things, but I keep it simple. I've gone ahead and set it up, and now there it is. Sahar's buy strat. It's an active strategy that I could use. So now, when I want to trade LI or any stock, and I right click in the chart, hit trade LI, and then check that out. There's that strategy. It's right there. It's set up for me to use. Okay, Sahar, I hope that answered your question. Okay, Sam, how to pre-enter a stop loss with a fixed amount. I think I just covered that there. If not, but let me go here, edit trading strategy. Let me make sure I read the question. How to set a pre-enter a stop loss. Well, it's not going to pre-enter the stop loss. It's going to enter the stop loss when you get into the trade. Okay, the stop loss will go live once you've entered the trade. Right, so I got my risk management, stop loss, order details. So check this out. Like if I get into a trade right now, let me go to my AI swings tab and let's just enter a swing trade that I might have done anyway. So let's check this out. Okay, I don't really like any of these stocks, but I'll buy the CVLT. So if I wanted to buy this stock here, right? I'm gonna go right click, trade CVLT. I'm gonna use my swing trade buys, and this is a algorithm that is only risking $200 per trade and putting my stop loss level 5% away from my entry price. So if I go ahead and click this, watch this. You see my executions tab. The trade's gonna pop in there shortly. There it is. I just bought 72 shares at the price 55.60, and you can see in my chart where my stop loss order is. See that? See that red level? My stop loss order is going to be at 52.82, which is 5% away from my entry price. And then I could, move my stop loss order if I want. If I can move it down if I want, and I definitely don't recommend that. Or you can move it up, move it closer to the market action. I'll put it at today's low. There we go. So now you can see if my stop loss order were to get hit, if the stock were to come back down here, I'll lose approximately $159, $160, give or take, based on slippage and whatnot. But that's how the stop loss orders get there. Iris, I see your question. I'm not sure which scan you're talking about. Scan with a 21 day. I don't believe I have a scan with a 21 day. All right, I think I'm caught up here with questions. Again, Fred, we're not talking stocks here, buddy. I know you want to talk about some stocks, but that's not what we're doing here. We're talking about the software and how to do things on the software. This is not a trading session. All right. Now, one thing I like to do during all these calls when we hit a lull, which we have at the moment, is I'm demoing the simulated trading here in the Brokerage Plus. These are simulated trades. I know there was somebody earlier, I think it was Andres, commenting on my amazing win rate. Well, not only should you not think too highly of this win rate because I'm only holding my winners and selling my losers, but these are also simulated trades. This is not real money. I wish it was. I wish it was, because there are some good trades in here. But I am demoing using Holly AI to get into swing trades. And every Monday during these calls, I like to go through all my open positions and adjust my stop loss and show you guys how easy it is to do that. Because you see, whenever I click on any of my open positions, I can see where my stop loss order is on the chart, right? And wow, this fade has just had quite a run. I got into it back here. It's been taken off. I think I might actually, no, I'm going to leave my stop loss order where it is. This thing needs room to breathe. But I'm just going to go through all of my open positions one by one, look at the daily chart and see if I could move my stop loss orders up. I never move them down. That's bad practice, but I'll move them up. I'm going to move this one just to my break even. No, I'm going to move this up below today's low. So if this thing reverses and breaks today's low, that tells me that this run has exhausted itself. So I'm going to drag my stop loss order up there. I'm going to move this one up. Let's put it right below there. I'm just eyeballing, guys. There's no science here. I've been trading for a long time, 22 years, and I have a gut feel. Doesn't mean my gut feel's right, but I have a gut feel when I'm looking at a daily chart, where I can easily be proven wrong. So if it breaks these levels, that tells me that the trend is reversed. I'll be wrong again. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. I can promise you. I'm going to cover this, actually move this up to close this gap. If we get into that gap, I want out. So I just kind of do this kind of roughshod, but this is what works for me. I'm not saying this is the best way to do anything, guys. This is just how I do it. So I'll just rip through these. And you guys, are you noticing how simple it is to just move your stop loss orders? You just visualize them on the chart, drag them. It's so simple. I love it. This is perfect for a guy like me, right? I'm in so many ways, guys and girls, I am a simpleton. I say it all the time. I'm a total simpleton when it comes to trading. I don't like to overthink things. I don't need 5,000 indicators. I don't need super advanced technical analysis. I'm just trying to, when I'm swing trading, I'm trying to buy stocks that are in uptrends and trying to stick with them as long as I can by using proper risk management and dragging up my stop loss orders. That's it. So I'm almost done here. I see some questions coming in, folks. So I'll get to you in just a second. Let me just finish this up here. I just got a few more stocks to look at. I think these last ones are, I'm going to move my Twitter up to break even. There we go. I think the rest of these are just going to be good. I'll bring this one up. Okay, almost done. We'll drag this one up a little bit. This seems like a pretty obvious level. We don't want it to break. Okay, all good. So I hope you guys saw how simple that was. Hi, Daniel. Can I spend a minute or two on how to use trade ideas for trading options? Well, there's good news and bad news on that. Let's start with the bad news. Trade Ideas is not built specifically for options trading. If I were to open up a top list here, and if I were to search any filters we have for options, you will see the entirety of the options data that we have on the platform, which is not a lot. This is only going to be focused on total options volumes. You're not going to get any strike-specific data. You're not going to get any expiration-specific data. You're not going to get any spreads data, any volatility, implied volatility, all the things that a serious options trader needs. Okay. We don't have that. That's a whole different data set that costs a lot of money, and we'd have to pass those costs along to you. You wouldn't like it. So that said, if you're looking to use trade ideas to do advanced options trading, you're going to be disappointed. However, on the other side, trade ideas can be very useful to you if you're an options trader who's looking to put on directional trades. What do I mean by directional? I mean, are you bullish or are you bearish? And are you buying straight calls or are you buying straight puts? Trade ideas, just like it can for any stock trader, it can alert you into stocks that are on the move. Okay? If a stock is moving, it doesn't matter if you're a stock trader or an options trader, that's an opportunity for you to get involved. Now, you'll have to go to your brokerage platform and find the prices of the various options that are available on the ticker that you want to trade. But you could certainly get alerted on trade ideas when there's a good options play, good setup. And one of the nice things you could do, and I recommend this to everybody. So let's say I got a topless window. These are all stocks that I'm thinking about trading. If I go to options, pull my options data again, I want to use this filter here. Let's do options volume and add this filter. And then I just do a minimum 1. Why do I do this? Because this will filter out all stocks that don't trade options, right? Last thing I want to do is get alerts on a stock that isn't optionable, right? That doesn't help me at all. It just frustrates me. So if I put in the options volume filter and set the minimum to 1, then I will only get alerts on stocks that are optionable. That doesn't mean they're the best options to trade. I mean, if you've been trading options for any length of time, you know that some stocks, yes, they trade options, but there's very little volume and very wide bid-ask spreads, and there's just not a whole lot of participation there. So this is just one filter that will get you into optionable stocks. Now, you might want to increase the minimum a little bit so that you're definitely getting into stocks that have liquid options. Maybe you set the minimum to 1,000 contracts. You'll have to play with that a little bit. So Daniel, I hope that sheds some light on what you can do. But like I said, we're not built for hardcore options trading, which, by the way, I'm a hardcore options trader. I do a lot of options trading. It's mostly what I do, actually. But I use trade ideas to alert me on stocks I might want to make directional trades on with options, but I'm doing all my options analytics elsewhere. Jason, do we integrate with TD Ameritrade? We do not at this time. We are working currently on building Brokerage Plus integration with TD Ameritrade, but I don't have an ETA to offer you on that. It is a work in progress. It is working. It is doing. The guys are building it right now. It's being done. It's being tested, but there's a lot more steps that need to be completed. We want to make sure it works properly for you. I mean, that's the most important thing, and that requires lots of testing. So I don't have a ETA for that for you, but I think it's reasonable to say that it will happen in 2021. I don't have the exact month to give you on when that's going to happen. Right now, your only option if you want to trade live through Trade Ideas is you have to have a pro account with Interactive Brokers, not the free light version that they offer for free commission trading. You have to have a commissionable pro trading account with Interactive Brokers. Now, the good news is Interactive Brokers commissions are incredibly cheap. In fact, that's why we partnered with them in the very beginning years ago, because they were the cheapest on the street. Hi, Sam. I'm glad you found some value there or here, and have fun over at Barry. Tell Barry we said hello. I see you, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're an options trader and you're just buying calls and buying puts, and I know there's a lot of you out there, And there's nothing wrong with just buying calls and puts. That's great. It's a more affordable way to express your opinion, and it's a risk-defined way to express your opinion. All things I like. I love risk-defined and I love affordable. I mean, that's a big reason why I trade options. But once you get, once you've established that that's what you're doing, trade ideas will work no differently for you than it will for a stock trader. If you get an alert on trade ideas about a stock that's moving, whether you trade it by buying stock or trade it by buying a call option, you're still benefiting, right? I mean, trade ideas can definitely alert you to the stocks that are moving. That's the whole point. That's what trade ideas is about. It's about giving you ideas. It can point you into the stocks that you want to trade. But yeah, you're not going to be able to, filter out for implied volatility, and you're not going to be able to look at the different expirations and the different strikes. That's just not data we have. All right. Wow. First half hour flew by. For those of you who joined since I started and you missed my preamble at the beginning, this is the live Q&A session. It goes for another 25 minutes or so. We do this every trading day, starting at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And we have a rotating cast of characters that host this today. I'm doing it. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Steve Gomez, who you see in chat, he runs the Tuesday sessions typically. Wednesday is Michael, and Thursday is Jamie, and Friday is Andy. We've been mixing Chris into the rotation. Chris is one of the newest guys on the team. So come on back every day. We got a different voice, different perspective, different experience levels, different hacks. So you might get some information from me, and you might get some totally different information from Steve tomorrow. All of it's good, I promise. So if you've got the bandwidth, I encourage everybody to hang out with us every trading day at noon Eastern. Even if you don't have any questions of your own, I promise somebody out there is probably going to ask a question that about a feature that either A, you didn't know we had, or B, you didn't know you could use it in that way. And that alone is worth your time. Steve, can you hear my Zeppelin playing? I don't know how my mic picks it up. I got some Zepp playing in the background. So the market's just chugging back higher again today, huh? Man. Pull up the SPY. Big gap and crap at the open, but we're just coming back. Looks like we want to fill that gap. No surprise. Santa Claus rally. I think Santa Claus rally. I believe in Santa Claus. I believe in the Santa Claus rally. And this week is when it typically happens, or at least gets started, and it often carries into the end of the year. So if I were a betting man, and I am, I think any gap downs this week should be bought. Oh, you can't hear it, Steve? All right, well, maybe that's for the better. I can hear it just fine. If you guys can't, then that's good. Which, by the way, Steve, you might appreciate this. Christmas gift to myself. I got to say this quietly in case family members are listening outside my door, but... Christmas gift to myself. I bought some new speakers for my office. Oh yeah. We're going to be rocking here in the new year. All right, folks. As a reminder, this is the live Q&A session, so the content here will be driven by you who are watching and listening. So, if you got questions, I'll answer them. If not, it's going to be pretty quiet. India, you want to know about the difference between the positive and negative offset in the auto trade strategies. All right, so let's go here. Let's go to Holly AI, my Brokerage Plus tab. And if I want to edit one of these strategies, let's just edit long trading strategy. And you're asking about the limit offset right here. Okay. Basically what this does is this helps you not miss a trade if you're using a limit order. Okay, this is only if you're using a limit order. If you're using a market order, it kind of grays out. You're not going to use it. It's for a limit order. So what you can do here is if you're using a limit order and you set the offset here, I've got it set to minus 11. I think that kind of defaults. Basically what that means is you will pay, you'd be willing to pay as much as 11 cents more than whatever your limit order is. I'm sorry, let me say that again. It's based on, I always get this confused. Like I know what it's trying to do, but I have a bad way of explaining it. It's basically, you're saying you'll put a limit order out, but you'll pay as much as 11 cents more than the offer, okay? And if you change that to a positive number, or wait, see, I got to read this shit right here. Outside market, inside market. See, I have terrible experience with this because I always use market orders. I don't use limit orders. And I'll tell you why. I use market orders because I don't want to miss a trade. When you're using limit orders to enter Holly trades, or any strategy for that matter, when you're using limit orders, you are guaranteed to get filled on every losing trade. Why? Let's just let's say it's a long strategy, like where you're buying stocks. Well, if that position is going to be a losing trade, your limit order will get filled because it has to go through your limit to go lower for it to be a losing trade, right? So you will get filled on every losing trade. However, if you are trying to buy a stock and it's a fast mover and it's taken off, your limit order might never get filled. You might not ever get into that trade. And guys, girls, our number one job as a trader is to catch the biggest winners, okay? If we miss one big winner, that could have been the trade that made our day, made our week, made our month, okay? I don't want to miss that one big trade because the way Holly works and the way all trading strategies should work is we don't take any big losers, right? Because we got stop loss orders in and we're setting our risk parameters appropriately so we never take a big loss. And then the majority of your trades, and this is true for Holly as well, the majority of Holly's trades are going to be either small losers or small winners, right? I'll say 90% of the trades are going to end up being a net wash. Small winners will offset the small losers and you'll be basically net zero. But those 10% of trades where you get the big moves, that makes all the difference to your bottom line. You have to get those trades. And if you're using limit orders, you might miss those trades. So I always use market orders, but let's go back to your question, using a limit order. Limit offset helps you, pay up a little bit for a stock, but not pay up too much, okay? So you'll have to play around with this, but the way I understand it is the negative value is how aggressive you want to be to get into the trade. So whatever the ask is, let's say the ask is, at the whole number, like the stock is asked $20, right? So you'll put an order out, a limit order at $20.11. So you'll pay up to $20.11, but no more, okay? Now, if I change that to a positive number, then it's going to want to try to buy it on the cheap, below the ask. I don't recommend that. Yeah, India, that's what happens. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. You missed a winning trade because you were using limit order. I understand why people want to use limit orders, but I don't know. I just don't use them because I don't want to miss that one big trade. Because, like I said, that one trade could be the one trade that made my day or my week or my month. And if I was nickel and dime in my entry, now, yes, if you use market orders, yes, you're going to get slippage. You're going to pay higher than you wanted to pay from time to time, but most stocks have small spreads these days, okay? It's not like when Steve and I started in the 90s and stocks had 50-cent wide spreads and $1 wide spreads. That doesn't really exist anymore. All right, we're only trading liquid stocks, and all liquid stocks have spreads less than 10 cents. I shouldn't say all, but most of them have spreads less than 10 cents. And so, yes, you may get some slippage on a market order from time to time, but I promise you guys, catching one big winner is more than going to make up for that slippage. I promise you. It's just math. So if you learned anything from me today, folks, if you're trading Holly or trading any of your own strategies, use market orders. Make your life simpler. Exactly, Steve. Pennies don't matter, especially on swing trades. Especially on swing trades. Just use market orders. Yep, pennies don't matter. Thanks for giving us that opportunity to riff, though, India. I think that's it's a worthwhile discussion for everybody. No matter your time frame. Day trader, swing trader, long-term investor, don't nickel and dime your entries. If you want in, get in. Trust on your risk management to keep you in the game. Cool, Bill. Glad you found that enlightened. And Bill in India, you guys are frequent flyers here. You guys get it. I love that you guys come back every week. And that's, I mentioned this earlier, but this is for everybody. We do these every trading day at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, every trading day. And, if it's in your wheelhouse, if you got the time, you got the ability to tune in, I promise you, every once in a while, you might learn something new that you hadn't thought of before. Somebody might ask a question about something you didn't know we can do. Why not keep it on? So, folks, we got 15 minutes left till the top of the hour, at which point I will pass the room back to Barry in the live trading room, and Barry will take you into the close. But if you're a first timer here on our YouTube channel, bookmark this link. You could always enter the trading room and always enter and always be here for our live Q&As with just one click. I've got it set up in my browser. I use Google Chrome browsers. Check this out. If I open up my Google Chrome browser, right up there, trading room. If I just click on that button, it takes me right into the room. One click. Takes me to the room and to the live chat. So I recommend all of you do that. It's just so easy. Of course, my computer here is slow. There it is. There, finally loaded. There you go, David. NTLA, so this is a trade you got into. It had a wide spread. Oop, NTLA. But you're probably glad you did a market order. I mean, if anybody got into this trade during the first 30 minutes of trading today and they got a terrible slippage fill during this run-up, do you think they care right now? Look at this thing. This stock has gone up $13 today since the opening print. Anybody here who paid the ask and got paid 10 cents higher than they wanted to pay during these three green candles here? I don't think any one of them is complaining right now. And this run here, more than paid up for all the slippage on all your trades today, just with this one winner. Perfect example. Thanks for pointing that out, David. Cyberg, I can't answer that question for you. There is no rule that says you should only trade stocks that are close to a VWAP. If that's your rule, that's great. There's no one rule that serves everybody, other than maybe proper risk management. But what is a good entry point for a swing trade if current price is $2 above VWAP? I mean, I don't know. If you're a VWAP if you're religious about your VWAP, like my friend Brian Shannon, maybe you want to be patient and wait for that stock to come back to the VWAP and buy it on a pullback. If you're a pullback trader, right? I mean, me personally, I like to buy stocks making new all-time highs or just new intraday highs. If I'm entering a swing trade or even a day trade, I'm looking for momentum. I have no problem paying the high price of the day because you know what? If a stock's going to go from like this NTLA, if this stock's going to go from $60 to 67, well, it had to make new intraday highs all along the way. I got no problem buying all-time highs or intraday highs or whatever. That tells me momentum is on my side. Yes, I will occasionally buy the top. It's happened before. It'll definitely happen again. But it means I won't miss a trade like this. Cyberk, if you're on Twitter, I would recommend following Alpha Trends. That's my friend Brian Shannon, Steve's good friend Brian Shannon as well. He is a really smart guy and does a lot of VWAP trading. Some call him the godfather of VWAP. But he's a really smart guy about VWAP trading. Definitely check him out. Alpha Trends on Twitter. Anyway, Cyberk, to finish a thought on your strategy, I mean, I don't hate that strategy. It sounds like a great strategy for you. I mean, if it works for you, great. But there's no, I can't tell you that what's the best way to trade that strategy. It's not how I trade. It doesn't mean it's not good. I'm going to repeat myself to some of you frequent flyers here, but, I say this often. It's the paradox of successful trading, and that is if you... 90% of the people in this business, whatever your time frame, 90% of people lose money, right? And they tend to lose money for one of the same five reasons. They have no strategy. They're trading too big. They don't honor their stop losses. They're undercapitalized, right? Like these same 4 or 5 reasons are why everybody fails, okay? Yet, if you fill up a room full of, let's say, 100 long-term successful traders who make money every month, every year for years, right? Those 100 traders, while there may be some similarities in strategies between some of them, I promise you every one of them makes money in their own unique way. They have their own unique flavor. And so if there's a theoretically unlimited amount of ways to make money, yet there's only really 5 ways to lose money, you would think that everybody would make money at trading, right? Well, that's the paradox of trading. And I don't have an answer for that. But that's really just my way of telling you, Cyberk, that, if you got a strategy and it's working for you, great. Keep doing it. But there's no answer I can give you that says, nope, that's the wrong way to do it. It might be wrong for me, but it might not be wrong for you. But definitely size your position such that you never take any big losses. That's really one piece of advice that holds true on any time frame, on any style of trading, is don't take big losses. Now, sometimes a big loss could be unavoidable in a situation of a surprise overnight bankruptcy where a stock, even though you had a stop loss order in, stock goes to 0 overnight. There's nothing you could do, and that will happen. The only way you protect yourself from that is by not taking a position that's too big for your portfolio. You're not risking more than, say, 10% of your total capital in that stock. But yeah, we can't take the big losers. A good rule of thumb that I adhere to is I never want to risk more than 2% of my capital on any one trade. Based on where my stop loss is, of course, right? Like if my stop loss gets hit, I never want to lose more than 2% of my trading capital. Typically, I stay under 1%. And I'm sure Steve will back me up on this if you're still listening, Steve. All the successful traders that we know who've been in this game a long time, I don't think any of them will ever risk more than 2% of their capital on any one trade. There might be a couple outlier events where they might on a high conviction trade, but they're not going to get crazy. 2% is definitely the upper threshold for most professional traders. All right. Well, we got 7 minutes left until the top of the hour. So I'll issue my first last call for questions. Throw them at me if you got them. Cyber swing trades is mainly done on trending stocks. I don't know if that's an accurate statement. A swing trade, basically, all that means is a swing trade is a stock that you're going to hold overnight. You might only hold it for 1 day. You might hold it for 5 days. You might hold it for 50 days. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the stock is trending. I mean, maybe your swing trade is you're buying a bounce, or maybe your swing trade is you're on this stock right here that I'm looking at, NTLA, and you're of the mind that, man, this stock, here's the daily chart, this stock has run so much. This thing's ready for a pullback. I'm gonna short it here, right? Well, you're definitely going against the trend, but you could swing trade short and sell it here and try to get out of it 2 or 3 days later lower. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean a stock is trending. All a swing trade means is that you're going to be holding it overnight, and you're going to be holding it for, your hold will be measured in days, not minutes. Okay, that's what swing trading means. Now, I prefer to trade stocks that are trending. Yes, that's for sure. But there's a million ways to skin the cat. There are guys and girls who do nothing but mean reversion trading. So they see a stock like this NTLA and they're looking for a place to sell it, to short it, right? They want to catch this thing when it falls over. I know plenty of people to do that. Same with buying stocks that are going down, right? They'll buy stocks that might be due for a bounce. I mean, people who bought, here's a daily chart on AGIO. When this thing got crushed the last 3 weeks, anybody who bought down here and is still holding, well, they're having a nice day today, right? they caught that bounce. That would be a swing trade if you bought it, sometime last week and you're in and out. It's a swing trade. So you could be a trend follower with swing trades, or you could be a mean reversion trader. It doesn't really matter. Swing trade just means you're holding it. Your hold time is measured in days and not measured in minutes or hours. Fred from Chicago. Good to see a Chicago guy here. I spent 10 years of my life in Chicago. Great city. I miss it. I miss it terribly. I don't miss the winter, but I miss it terribly. Great city. I used to be a member of the Chicago Board of Trade. Had an office in the Board of Trade building. Even had a booth on the trading floor for a while. So I miss those days. Fun times, good times. All right, questions seem to have died up. Last call for questions, folks. We got 2 minutes left. If I don't get any more questions here in the next minute, then I'll just pass it back to Barry. What? Look at that S&P. It's gonna fill that gap, isn't it? Woo! Santa Claus is real, folks. Maybe it's Santa Claus who's been buying all the dips. He's the big dip buyer in the sky. Thaya, I'm not sure how I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but if you want to see the parameters for any top list on a channel, okay, just go to any channel, and if you want to see how any of these windows are calculated or how they're done, just right-click in any window, go to Configure, and you can go to the Windows Specific Filters tab. If I hide unused, you can see all the stuff here, or really just go to the Summary tab. This will tell you all the filters that are in place. Okay, that's really the best thing to do. Just go to any window. If you need help understanding how these windows are calculated, just do that. Just right-click, configure, go to the Summary tab. Then if you want to get into the nuts and bolts, you can go to the Windows Specific Filters tab and see the exact parameters laid out. Okay, that's how you do that. All right, folks, that brings us to the end of our time here. I'm going to pass this back to Barry. Have a great trading week. Enjoy your holidays. Whatever you celebrate, enjoy the next couple of weeks. I will talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody.
Just don't know if those guys can hear me in YouTube. This is getting tiresome, this handoff between... It works well when I leave, but it doesn't seem to work as well when I come back. Okay, so can you guys hear me? As I proceed, okay. I know you guys can see me. Oh, okay, good. Thank you, David. Okay, so Ty, I can give you something that I use, if I'm looking to short. So I'm going to make you do a little bit of work. And so I'm going to put my home page link in. Okay, so the home page link is in. I just popped it in. My home page. So when you go to my home page, click on the link, and then scans that I share right there. Click here. And one of the scans is Bouncers Toppers. Sorry about that. Bouncers Toppers. Where are you? There you are. Bouncers Toppers. So you're going to see stocks that are oversold that you might want to take a look at, overbought that you may want to take a look at shorting, as an example. That's what I have. So it's called Bouncers Toppers. So obviously the toppers are the ones, that look like maybe they're overbought and maybe now they're ripe for a short. Okay? Meanwhile, those of you a lot of us, I don't know how many, I shouldn't say a lot of us, certainly me, are in the IPOC, still have the XNet. I don't have any more of the SDC, but I'm looking maybe to get into it again, depending if it takes out that 1338. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now, so let me put the announcement in. Okay, Ty, can you not see? It's right above. I posted it right there, right below where you. There's the link. Okay, right below. Just click on it. And again, if you want to follow my watch list, or my watch list, my videos that I do, just click on that homepage link. Just a second here. Yeah, so just click on the homepage link, and here's the recap videos that I do every day. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute, and I'll see you hopefully by about 1:25. All right, guys, I'm back. So Gilly, yeah, the YouTube is just another YouTube feed is just another. It's another trading room. It's the Trade Ideas YouTube feed. You don't have to worry about it. You're in the right room, as I want to call it. Okay, it's just another way to listen to me and hear me, or listen to me and see my screen. However, Roxana, are you saying the links are not showing up? But how did Ty get it? He said he did. Oh, but I think so. You're saying it's not showing up in here, though. You can see this, Roxana, right? So you're not seeing that link? Is that what you're saying? Okay, man, I don't know what to say. The only thing I can say is come into the other room. For some reason, YouTube is messing up, not allowing me to put links in. I think early in the day I can do it, but later on, for some reason, it's just not allowing me to put links in. So you can come into the other room. I mean, it's a lot easier for me to hand out links there anyway. And here, well, so the problem is, of course, here I'm going to try to put the link in. You won't see it. Just a minute, please. Oh, Roxana. Okay. Hello, shifts. Okay. Yeah, it's frustrating, though. Well, look, keep an eye on the SDC, guys. You never know; it may have another pop here. I mean, it's basing pretty nicely. It just has to really take this out. It's 1339, I think. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that we're moving. So HEPA hasn't moved at all. HEPA has not moved at all. Look at this. I mean, just basing. So this is one, guys. I mean, keep an eye on it. I mean, if it gets some volume, pops through this on volume, this could have a nice run. I think, you have some resistance right around 260 for HEPA. Yeah, you know, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, SWI, I wouldn't have thought there'd be such a nice. Oh no, there's Mohawk. Such a nice bounce for it. No, do I tend to? I'm not an investor. I mean, you're using the term invest, like I'm holding longer term and all that. So that is not what I do, really. I mean, I have some swings, yes, but typically I'm an intraday trader, so it really doesn't matter what industry sectors, whatever's hot that day. Now, obviously, yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe it for a second, Locutus. Now, obviously, I mean, if you're into investing, holding, yeah, it's not a horrible idea to know a little bit about the company. I just don't get too so seduced though by the news that companies pump out. Yeah, I'm way more of a trader than an investor. Well, look at this also on the okay. I was just looking, wanted to see if there's anything going on with other stocks. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Nope. Interesting. Sometimes you'll see like a spike like that on the SPY, and you'll see a bunch of stocks like that. Let's take a look at Facebook. No, I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if we can believe it. Oh, why not? Put 14. And Mr. Squirrel, you are not allowed to short IPOC, okay? I know you're probably itching to do that. Really? Really? That's interesting because there are 2.1 million at Interactive Brokers. So it's interesting they're none available. All right, so we had an alert at 1349. 1360 now for Mohawk. MWK. This is an all-time high. Yeah, right. This is an all-time high now for this one, MWK. Yeah, I won't be going there. I'm sure BC is going to do the same sort of thing. I don't know. No, no, in that case, absolutely not. I don't care about the industry at all. Typically, The only time I care about the industry, no, if I'm looking for a bounce play or something like that, well, a couple of things. I mean, obviously, if the market is moving down, I will not take any bounces. All right. So I'm going to back right up. I don't care what sector something is in if it's moving. If it's trading on its own, it really doesn't matter. Within reason. I mean, if the market's down 10,000 points, then I'm not going to go long anything. But I mean, within reason, I don't really care what sector, what the company does. I don't have to know anything about them. It's just if the chart is looking good, there's no resistance, I'll probably trade it. All right, guys, I will be right back. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I am now back, and I'm just going to sit back and watch a couple of things. I still have the XNet. Obviously, I have my IPOC. I've not got back into the STC. Well, the other thing too is that you can practice trading using our simulator. I mean, it's such a perfect way to practice trading is using our simulator. It's live, it's real-time data. It's using our real-time data. You can practice trading. All you have to do is, from the toolbar, you just click on Sim, and you're ready to go. This is what you see here. These are simulated trades you see here. Now, IPOC, can you take out 14? Oops. You're right, Lee. It has been bought up all day. You're absolutely right. A gap down. Lee in the YouTube feed is saying, yeah, we had that gap down for 45 minutes. And then since then, it has really been, yeah, it's been slowly and steadily moving up. Fine. No complaints, Bolsano. It is a slow grind. You're right. Just a very slow grind, but well, I don't think he's complaining. It's just been slow. That's all. Theodore, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Hello. Is it possible to adjust both the price and... No, there's no volume alert. I see. No, there is no volume alert. I think I understand your question. Just a price alert. You can sort on the volume column, of course, but there's no sound alert for volume. So, Theodore, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? You are a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Okay, so this is what I can do for you. All right, so you see that link? Okay, Barry's homepage. So click on the link. Where you see my scans, click here. And then here is the basic new highs and lows. Now, so all the scans I'm sharing are here. Now, do you know how to load something to the, from a link to the cloud to get it onto your desktop? Do you know how to do that? And also, if you're a first-time subscriber, because if you don't know how to do that, I think this will be a very helpful link. I don't know if you've already seen this. This is the 20 short lessons. It shows you, it'll show you actually how to do that, but it'll also, you know, top list, alert windows, what are they, how to create them. Intro to the cloud. So what I was just saying there, how you could take that link that I put in there and load it to the cloud. Okay, so for instance, so you just click on it. You see where it says basic new highs and lows, and right underneath there it says click here for basic new highs and lows. Now watch what's going to happen up here. So when I click on basic new highs and lows, see a new tab is formed, and there's the link. There's the cloud link. All you do is you copy it. Okay, see how I've highlighted. Now I'm going to copy it, Control C. And then once I do that, then I go up to my toolbar and File, Load from Cloud. And there's the link already in here. Now, if for some reason, which I cannot explain, if that happened to be blank, you would just paste it in, Control V it in. But I would say that 99.999% of the time, if you do what I just did, click on the link, you know, find it, it'll be in a new, and just highlight it and copy it. It will show up here, and now you just load it. Now it's on your screen. Then, once it's on your screen, then all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. Then you're going to see the filters that I'm using, the setup that I'm using for it, okay? I'm trying to teach you how you can do that yourself. Of course, I always use stop losses, always. I don't use trailing stops, really, no. And I never use an arbitrary number, though, no. You know, I always use it based on the chart. So, I mean, if I look at a chart, I get into a trade, I always know where my stop is when I get into a trade. I know where I'm going to take myself out. Okay, and it's always going to be based on the chart. Where do I see some support, where I think could be support? So if it broke down through that support, I should be out of the trade. So it's never an arbitrary, well, I'm risking 10 cents a trade, 20 cents a trade, whatever. It's never. That's my advice. Brenda. Okay. I'm sure we could probably do something. So you're not a subscriber right now, Brenda? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Yes, SDC is starting to move, guys. It could take out that high and keep going. It really could. I'm not in it yet. Oops. So the other thing, the tech guy, and we'll just use this as an example. Remember I was talking about, so my stops are based on the chart. Let's just say, let's try to make this really, really simple. So if I thought my stop should be here for CLRB at 256, let's just say the stock was at 266, okay, a dime away. I just want to make this really simple. And I was going to take the trade at 266 and I've got a 10-cent stop, okay? You should, in my opinion, you should get used to the idea of how much in dollar amount are you going to risk per trade. And you should keep that dollar amount about the same every trade. So, obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say you have an account size and you're comfortable with risking $100 a trade. So in this example here then, of me getting into a stock at 266 with a stop at 256, a dime away, I could take 1,000 shares of that. Because if I'm wrong and I get out with a 10-cent loss, 1,000 shares times 10 cents equals $100. So that's the other thing that you could get used to thinking about. Okay, if I'm wrong in this trade, how much am I willing to lose? And keeping that number about the same every trade. You don't want to lose 100 the first trade and then get mad and risk 200 the next and get mad once you've lost that one. Now you're down 300, so you risk 400 the next, on and on and on. You know what? Biggest thing about trading is learning to accept the risk and moving on if you happen to be wrong in the trade, and don't let it affect you. So when you say still nothing, what do you mean by that exactly? It didn't show up? It didn't show up as a new in a new browser tab? New tab, it didn't show up? I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Okay, well, let's make sure that the link is still valid. I mean, it's all, it's possible, but there it is. So I'm going to copy it. I've just Control C. I've just copied it. File, load from cloud. So there it is. There it is. Load, and there it is. So I know the link is valid. Okay, so when you say it's not populating, what exactly do you mean by that? Oh, okay. You're not going to see the whole. I see what you're saying. No, you're only when you load a cloud link, you're only going to see the last one or two. You're not going to see everything that happened previous. Okay? Because you just loaded it now, so it's not going to show you everything that happened before. But tomorrow, if you have the link, if you keep it and you incorporate it as part of your layout, you'll start to see the alerts as they happen throughout the day. Okay, so the charts that we have, when you say delay, when we get an alert, a real-time alert, okay, that is the real-time price. Now this chart though will take about 8 to 10 seconds to refresh if you keep it on here. So it sounds like it's a delay, and I guess in theory it is a delay. Now give me an eye. Let's make sure. Are you live? Do you have a green in the toolbar? I know it's way over here. Do you have a green ball? Or is it red, or is it orange, or some other color other than green? in the toolbar, way over to the right, you should see a green ball. Okay, so you are live then. Now, the only other thing is, okay, if you click on, if you go to a chart, left click and just start to type. Say you type Macy's, M, what price do you have? So go to a chart, left click on it, and then you should start to type. The box should pull up or show up, and then click on change. What price do you have for Macy's, M? Because that's going to tell me it's possible you didn't fill out the exchange. Okay, so that's real time. All right, so you're now. Are you talking about? I don't know. So now I don't understand what you mean when the values are quite old. If you're talking about what values are quite old. If you're talking about up here as an example, this is the first time the alert happened. So, I mean, that's why, yeah, obviously GIVO is not at 269 anymore. But every time you get a real-time alert, I mean, that, you know, that will be a real-time on the charts. You have to check the time, you know, you have to see the time of the alert. So if you're thinking it's old, it might be, well, it's an old time. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Well, then if you're 20 minutes delayed, then you are not, even though that ball is green, there's something going on. What I suggest you do, you probably haven't completed the exchange agreements. That's all I can think of. So this is what I would suggest you do. But you told me Macy's was the right price. But anyway, they'll take a look at your account. I'm just going to give you the home page. Okay, so when you click on the home page, this is what you'll see. And then it'll pop up, questions and answers. So say I'm a new subscriber. I don't seem to be getting real-time data. Something like that, okay? Oh, you're in demo? Oh, well, then it's, of course. Jeez. If you haven't, so you're not a subscriber yet. Well, okay. Of course it's going to, okay, it's going to be 20-minute delayed. I thought you said you were a subscriber, but okay. Well, that's the reason. I mean, we can't give real-time data because, you know, the exchange, we have to pay the exchanges for the data. So we can't be giving it away for free. They want to be paid for it, so. And the other thing is the demo is going away. I'm surprised you were, have you had the demo for a while? Because the demo is going away. Well, I don't understand when you say you subscribe but not paid yet. There's only, I'm not understanding. Maybe you subscribe to the demo, if that's what you mean. Okay. Well, Theodore, I mean, Theodore, there's nothing guaranteed, all right? You can watch what we do for a while. If you become a subscriber, I would practice trading. If you've got to make money like today, it's not going to be easy. Okay, I don't want to snow you on that, but it's just not going to be easy. You should practice trading first. We have a simulator that allows you to practice trading using our real-time data. So just for me to say, okay, you can use this one and you will make money today, no. Just a moment, please. Yes, the news is that it's the Trade Ideas Trade of the Week. That's all it takes now. But no, I don't see any specific news for CDC or SDC. Well, Theodore, I mean, listen, if you pick the right one, entering in the pre-market and in real time see the stock price growing, I mean, sure. I mean, there are pre-market trades that will keep moving, but I mean, if you get the right one, of course. Many though, you'll enter in the pre-market and it won't go up. I mean, if it were that simple, that all I have to do is take a pre-market trade and it's going to move up, then. But I'm sorry, it's just not that simple. Meanwhile, all right, so KOPN, there was the original alert right here at 246. Maybe now, look at the volume coming in. And what sort of room does it have? Yeah, so it's above this. Boy, it's got some room, guys. 3 up to maybe 3. Well, that's right. I took this one as showing you how you can get into a trade on a pullback. Remember, I did this a long time ago. I said this is how you can get into a trade on a pullback. It pulled back to 211. I'm wrong. Sorry. No, that was another one. I'm sorry. That is incorrect. We put the stop here at 211. It was another one that I was talking about. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to IPOC for a while. But listen, don't let me influence you, okay? Please. But I'm in at 12. So, it's going to be very hard for me to, not do well on this. I'm in at 12, this morning. But please, 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 do not let me influence you. So you see what I did with the SDC in the simulator. I took 500 shares. I got in at 12.25. I exited half. Notice I've only got 250 left. I exited half at 1308. This is telling me that I'm 21 cents, it's 21 cents above where I exited. Setting a stop means if the stock goes down to a certain price, you get out of the trade. That's where you're stopped out of the trade. You always have to, you can't go into a trade not knowing where you're going to get out if the trade goes against you. And that's called the stop. And if you're so new to trading, it's going to take, I can't tell you, well, this is where you always put your stop, or you have to have some chart reading experience. And, eventually you'll start to realize, well, this looks like on the chart, this looks like a support area where there's been a lot of trading. And so that should be maybe a support area, so that if it broke down through that support area, you're out of the trade. You've been stopped out. Always have to have an out. Not every trade is going to work. In fact, many will not work, which is okay as long as you manage your losses. So they're manageable losses. So the no repeat, you right click on the alert window and properties, and then where it says don't repeat, go to don't repeat, and then check. Don't repeat the symbol, and then this is a big drop down. You can pick the time frame. Okay, so I'll do it again. Right click on the window, properties, don't repeat, and then again you just pick the time frame you want. Well, yeah, there's a big difference between swing trades and swing trade stops and intraday stops. The swing trade stops will be based on definitely a daily, usually will be based on a daily chart. Okay, so yeah, there's a big difference. There's definitely a big difference between an intraday stop and a swing trade stop. If I were swinging this one as an example, there is where the support is, right? Around 1120, right around here. So, if I were to get into this one right now as a swing trade, I have about a $2 stop. Now, is that good? Probably not, because when I look left, I may get stalled up here about $2 away. When you get into a trade, like a swing trade, you should be looking for probably a minimum of a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk $2, I want to have an expectation on the chart that maybe I could make 4 if I'm risking $2. Otherwise, it's not a good risk reward. That's why when there's a lot of room on top of a stock, you see a lot of room, and you've got even if you had a $2 or $3 stop, sometimes there's 10, 12, 13, whatever dollars until you reach what could be a resistance area. So, that turns into a stock, a trade that could be a good risk reward. Trading isn't easy, guys. There's a lot to it, but there are some rules I think that are fairly standard, which I'm going to call fairly standard rules. I think the majority of people follow. And one is, setting a stop. Next trick is obeying your stop. And that's why using our simulator is excellent, okay? Because if, you might have all the best intentions in the world. You put a stop in, and then the stock starts approaching that stop, and you start thinking, you know what? Maybe I put that stop too tight. So you start reducing your stop or moving it down. So again, that $100 loss that you were planning to if the trade worked against you, yet you were planning to lose, now it's turned into 150. You've moved your stop down. It starts approaching that new stop that you've put in. And you keep, maybe that's too tight. And you keep moving it down, 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 down. So that now all of a sudden the $100 manageable loss is maybe turned into $500. So that's why this simulator is excellent, because you just basically put your stop right on the chart. If it hits it, it takes you out automatically. Just like this. Let me just take, let's just do a trade. Take one that might be moving up. Well, it doesn't really matter. This is just demonstrating. So let's just say I took this trade, Gevo. I decided, okay, it's pulled back enough. So I'm going to buy 250 shares of Gevo right at the market. So there it is. Now, I'm going to put my stop right here. Now, I want to put a very tight stop just to show you how it works, okay? And I hope I get stopped out, just to show you. So now I'm going to add the stop. It's going to be 286. I'm going to add the stop order. You're going to see it's going to show up right on the chart. So now, there it is. I wanted to put it very tight to show you what would happen, how it takes you out of the trade automatically. So Theodore, you're asking some really, I mean, these are impossible questions. I mean, how can I recover the investment? I mean, you know, you bought it at a certain price and it drops $1. I mean, you're very, very new to trading. I would practice trading first. You know, there's no answer to that. How can I recover the investment? Well, you know, hopefully if the next one, you know, works out better, maybe. But I mean, there's no. Sorry, there's no answer for that. Before you put money in the market, Theodore, you better practice trading. Use our simulator. I know I sound like I'm nagging you, but you'll be in for a rude shock if you just start taking, I think I'll take this trade and see if it works, and oh well, it's not, but I'm not going to get out, and it's still, because I read somewhere that, you know, these guys are going to do wonderful things. Okay. I hope I get taken out here. I just want to show you, not just you, but anybody, you know, if you you refuse to obey your stops, you know, that's what we will call a mental stop. This is going to allow the system to take you out of the trade. And so it's no emotion involved. You've placed your stop, you get stopped out of the trade, you move on to the next one. Well, you can ask me questions, Chuck, right where you are. I mean, I can see that question. So there are two rooms going. One's, you're in the YouTube feed, which is fine if you just want to hear me, and you can ask me questions and you can see my screen. The other room is just a little more, I always use the term robust. There are more traders in here, a lot more activity, that's all. But you can ask me questions. But if you want to come into the other room, here is the link for it. But you can't see the link. I can't understand. Yeah, so I've posted it, but you probably can't see it. See? Anyway, you can ask me a question. Go ahead. Boy, SDC is getting really interesting if it pops through that 37, 38 level. Kind of like that. What a great trade of the week, guys. I mean, you would have thought maybe this was over, but not even close. I was just showing you. Okay, I wouldn't have taken the trade right there. Okay, I just wanted to show you how you could put a stop in. That's all. I mean, I could put a target. I could put a target. I don't typically put targets, but I know people seem to want to put targets in. So if I put, a target, I'll just put 315. Again, this is all going to come with chart reading. Where would you put a target? Because you might see some resistance up above, and you might put your target just a little bit below it. Yes, Chuck. Yes, through the TI website. Yes, I should. Yeah, I should show you that because unfortunately the links are not showing up in the YouTube feed. I just put the link in. So let me. I'll show you. Yes, you're absolutely right. I should remember that. Just give me a second here. So for those of you in the YouTube feed, you want to come in. You just click on, well, you have to go to the home page. You have to find the home page somehow, and then once you find the home page, and then where it says trading room, you just click on that, and then it'll say enter trading room, and I think they ask you for an email, maybe a password, and then you're in. Okay? Yeah, that little $half mark. Well, let's see, it's trying. And there we are, 49.50. I know you're talking about the SEC, right, Sam? Well, I like to have a little fun, put a price alert above it, see if I can induce it upwards. Kind of like that. Almost. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Give me a moment. All right, back. Yeah, the only indicators I'm using, I use the 200-day moving average on the daily chart, and then all the other charts, the intraday charts, I have what's called the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. Haven't been able to concentrate on them at all today, but you know, the theory being, again, this is so new. You're so new to trading, I don't even want to talk about it. Okay, seriously. But for those of you, there's, you know, that orange line is the 8 EMA and the blue line is the 20 SMA. So the theory is that if that orange line crosses below the 20 SMA, that can set up a potential short, and the reverse is true. You know, if the orange line crosses above it, in this, you know, this is not happening here. But I'm not a big indicator guy. And that's just me. That doesn't mean anybody else shouldn't be. You're using indicators and you're finding they're working for you. Fantastic. Yeah, nothing shaking from the AI today. Am I looking at RMED? Well, I'll look at it now. Yeah, wow, low flow, 2.6 million in the float. Any news on that one? I don't see any specific news on it, so I wasn't really looking at it. But it is a nice little break on the daily. You have to really back the weekly out to see what sort of resistance there is. Potential resistance, so 975. So that's far enough away. 870, 975. So it's kind of in no man's land. You know, takes out 9, then it's going to have to that 980. So I mean, it's not bad, but that's all I can say. But it's very choppy on the 15-minute chart. Well, the SPY is just now this may be skewed. I think that's skewed because of that. Okay, let me just back this. Yeah, it's a little bit, that's why it looks super flat. Though it is still pretty flat, but it's being skewed because of that outlier there. But still, pretty narrow range. So you're talking about the routing, Theodore. You really have to go to, I think maybe even to Investopedia. You're talking about the routing, ARCA, and all that. Oh, the stock itself. Well, there's no stock ARCA. Okay. I thought you were talking about routing of trades. Oh, I don't see a stock called ARCA. You know what, Gypsy? It's surprising how active it can be. Now, for the stuff that we see, I mean, yeah, you can look at the SPY right now, and it's kind of a bit of a snooze fest. But the stuff that we see, it's just amazing. I mean, every day it's like this, but the stuff that we see, there's always action. Okay, so for SDC, now I was already out. Okay, I did get back in. I am kind of trading around that 50 cent mark. There's no exit strategy for me. I mean, I may not. I'm not necessarily going to hold this one, but remember, I mean, I got in here at 12.24 or so, sold two stages around that 12.90 mark. On the way up and then on the way down. Did get back in here, as I said. It takes this area out. But I'm just sort of scalping it right now. I don't know what I'm going to do. I have no idea. If it closes really well, I don't have very much left of that little piece that I took. If it closes really, really well, then I may hold. Otherwise, I'll probably not hold it. I've never really liked trading SDC, but today is a definitely a different day. Just because it is the trade of the week. I mean, I think it really has to hold this 1338, 1330. I mean, there was the area on the weekly chart, that we're wanting for it to break right there. Yeah, I still don't know what you mean by ARCA as a symbol, biopharma. I don't know what you mean. Because it's not, there's no data on it. So I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, ARKA. See, it does make a difference. No. No, now he's talking about ABIO, ABIO. Yeah, so I mean, it topped out here, and it's the only way I would, I'm not that interested in it, but it's a low float, 9 million in the float, so there's certainly that. The high what was up here at 453. It's not that far away. So even if all of a sudden it's kind of flattening out here, even if all of a sudden a lot of volume came in, it's only 20 cents away. So that sort of, if it were closer to the high of the day doing this, and then all of a sudden had a lot of volume and popped through the high of the day, that could get it going, in my opinion. So that's it. You already are. You already are chatting with me if you pose a question. Theodore, I have no idea. I have no idea. Can't ask questions like that. Do I think something is going to go higher? Okay. Not trying to be mean. Okay, but no, there's no. I don't predict. I do not predict. Okay, you're in the wrong room for that. I don't make any predictions like that. The reason why? What have I said? What have I predicted? That yeah, I think it's going to. I predict it's going to take out 450 and go to 10. First of all, I can't do that. I'm not a financial advisor. All I do is say things like, okay, if it took the high of the day out, as an example, then I'd be looking at the. This is not a great looking chart. I'd be looking at the higher time frames, and all I'd be saying is, okay, it has room to get to that area before it hits chart resistance. That doesn't mean it's going to get there. The trade room is open every day, Mark. Obviously. I mean, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. This week, of course, we have a half day on Thursday, and the market's closed on Friday. Okay? There you go, goods. Yeah. Well, SDC, Mike, because it was the trade of the week. SDC, I mean, that was the trade of the week. It was awesome. Oops, SDC. That was the trade of the week. Yeah, I'll be open half day. Yep. Okay, to summarize, I'm a momentum trader, all right? So everything you see here, every single alert that I get is just made a new high for the day, okay? Or a new low on the downside. So that's why I always talk about looking at these higher time frames, the daily, the weekly, and the monthly chart, okay? Because if I say, okay, great, you just made a new high for the day, where could you keep going to before you're going to encounter some resistance on the higher time frames? All right, so that's why I'm always checking out these time frames to see, okay, great, you're at a high for the day. Could you keep going? So that's number one. Number two, now, this is something that I mean, because I'm doing what I'm doing, it's hard for me to concentrate. I would concentrate a lot more on these sort of setups, but this 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA. So that orange line is the 8 EMA, and the blue line is the 20 SMA. So the theory is that if that crosses below, that can set up a potential short opportunity. And the reverse is true. If that 8 EMA crossed above it, that could set up a potential long opportunity. That kind of summarizes it, okay? But I am a momentum trader. I'm not a big pullback trader. I don't wait for stocks to pull back and then move higher. I mean, that's a tremendous strategy. I just don't do it because I've got too many other things that I don't want to get bogged down in too many different types of setups. But a lot of people, that's what they do. They wait for pullbacks to a certain level, get into the trade then. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, you got to put the time in, Theodore. No question, and that's to anybody. Trading is not easy. There really are no shortcuts. When we right click on the single stock window and add a metric, does it show for the day or hour or which time frame? Well, it depends what you're adding. I mean, you're talking about the single stock window here, and then you're going to add a filter. Well, it depends on the filter you're adding. I mean, I don't quite understand your question. So, I mean, okay, so directional. So, I mean, this is it. So you can say show column, and, you know, I don't use this, but if I showed the column, so there it is, 9.4%. I don't know what that means to me. I don't use it at all, but this directional indicator now will be here every day. But you have to know, I mean, I don't use a directional indicator at all. So you'll have to do something like this. Oops. What did I add? That one. So then you click on help and it's going to tell you. So when you click on help, just read this. This is what it is. Okay, so I can't help you any more than that. Well, if it says from the day, then that's what it is. Then that is what it is. I mean, the guys aren't going to be able to help you anymore. All they're going to do is look at that help. If that's what it says, well, let's look at it again. So click on it and click on help. Oops, I blew that. Is that right? I mean, it's not good. They're not going to be able to tell you anything more than is in here. Okay. How about square feet? Okay, Jason? That was a big one last week. I haven't seen this one today showing up. Well, yeah, I mean, it's been another great day. Yeah, I mean, it had obviously an interesting day. I mean, you got to be careful. I mean, 8.9 million in the float, but you got to be careful in something like this because you can see what it did on Friday. Got up to 10:30. And it closed it basically cut in half. So, I mean, this is not one you can kind of buy and leave alone. I don't know what it's going to do today, but that is scary. I mean, remember, this got all the way up to 1027 and sold there's where it closed at, half that price. Now, could it happen again? I don't know. An extraordinary amount of volume. Obviously not as much volume. Still, for an 8.9 million trading 2 million. But I don't know how else, I don't know what I can say to you about this other than right now it's extended. But that's scary. I always get a little really nervous when I see something like that. Now, SDC is getting me more interested in holding this, know, the more it does this. So let's again back this out. Now we start looking at let's look, I want to back this weekly chart out just a little bit more. So the next high looking left, because that's the 1350. Yeah, I mean, the next high is looking left. I mean, we're talking, you know, up to that 1550 mark. That does not mean I'm predicting it's going to get there. I'm just saying, you know, there is no real resistance until that area. That doesn't mean it's going to get there. Okay? So you completely understand. It's not a prediction. All right, guys, so I usually shut the room down at around 3. I'll always stay later if there are some questions. All right, so again, just a question about background noise and all. Does this seem a little more muted to you guys, the background noise, or those of you who've been in the room for a while? Or does it seem the same? Not how I sound. I'm not talking about how I sound. I'm talking about some any background noise. Seriously, Eddie? So you've been in the room? Okay, the reason I'm asking, again, for those of you who don't know, is I bought a little device that is supposed to have some artificial intelligence built into it. It starts picking up background noise and realizing, and it tends to mute it. That's a little plug-in device. It's called the Asus. The Asus AI noise canceling mic adapter. And real recommend that I try it out. Not a watch list really, Mark. No, that's just kind of, well, you can use it as a watch list. You can use it as a watch list, I suppose, to a certain extent. Those are just the stocks that were moving in the pre-market that we talked about. Okay? So there are a couple of things, yes. I mean, this is, you know, I post, as I say, my Twitter feed is very, 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 very inactive. All I do is I post the pre-market. I also post, once I've done my video, my daily video, I post that into my Twitter feed. And that's it. Other than Monday mornings, I will post the trade of the week for those of you, for some reason, who cannot get it even though they've signed up for it. And that is at bbrune44. If you, just in case you cannot get it. No, so it's just an alert, okay? It is just an alert. So as always, just because I get an alert here doesn't mean, oh, I'm going to take the trade. So I have to see how it's trading. So even here, yeah, I want to see the cross. Then I'm going to check, just like you said. You know, if I saw there was a lot of, if we're crossing down, if I see there's a lot of support, what I would consider maybe a lot of support, you know, not that far away, I won't take the trade. But if I see a nice big gap underneath, then that gets me a lot more interested. Now, 50 cents, it depends on the price of the stock, of course. 50 cents could be fine. Depends on the price of the stock. I mean, that's why there's more to it than just getting the alert and just taking the trade on anything. But I definitely like to see it. Then I can make up my mind. Okay, yeah, it's looking interesting. How much room does it have? Is the volume there too? I mean, is this happening on volume? A lot of this is, I mean, you can sum it up or you can kind of visualize a lot of this pretty quickly as you get more experience. Well, Sam, I mean, it depends. I mean, if it's a $2 stock, again, it's you still have to have a good risk reward. So I mean, if it's a $2 stock and you're risking 5 cents to make 50, of course, that's awesome. So it's not just, you just can't say, well, 50 cents for anything. Whoa, there's this BRPA. It just got halted, and this is a business association. Who are they looking at? Merger with NeuroRx. Whoa, this is going to open. This is like 23.20. This could be a 23.23 open, guys. This just got halted at 21.68. I'm looking at the bid ask right now, stacking up at 23.74, 23.74. So this looks like this is going to be a big, big open. Probably more the 5 and 15. The 2 is only for those crosses. I only added the 2-minute chart, I don't know, maybe a couple of months ago after years and years and years and years without a 2-minute chart. I just added that one to see the crosses a little bit earlier. Those crosses I'm talking about. You always see you'll see a 2-minute. If you see a 2-minute cross, it won't have crossed on the 5. The 5 may happen later, so you can maybe use that as confirmation. I don't use RSI and stochastics, no. But that doesn't mean nobody should. Boy, oh boy, this SDC is so strong still. I'm fascinated to see how it closes here. Yeah, I mean the SPY is, well, it's kind of flattened out, but wow, the Dow did come back. Yes, SPY is still a little underwater, but the Dow came back. Nas, let's see what Nas did. I'm sure it recovered all day also. Yeah, look at that recovery, flattened out, but look at that nice recovery. All right, guys, so before I do leave, I just want to make sure you are aware of the fact that just put this general in here. All right, so there is the promo code you can use right there for 25% off. So when you click on my homepage, you know, don't use that code. You only get 15. So use the other one. You know, all you have to do and just pick the plan you want, either annual or monthly. I mean, this is a great way to try us. You know, try us out for 1 month on the standard. It'll cost you the grand sum of it'll cost you $88. And it's not a contract. You can always, you know, if you tell us you don't want it anymore, then you just tell us. Otherwise, if you really like us and you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so. As long as you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that promo code. The promo is only, the discount's only good for the first month. If it was good for every single month, then why would anybody take an annual subscription, right? So that discount is only good for the first month or the entire year. And again, on my homepage, a lot more information. There's that beautiful trade of the week. You can sign up for it right there. The recaps that I do, all my scans are here. And again, all the education right there, including, I think this is really a really good one if you're just starting out with trade ideas. The 20 lessons. I almost want to change this because, I mean, it was, again, I always say this, cute marketing, but it's not going to take you 20 days. Okay, but what is a top list, building a top list, an alert window, creating one, etc. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas easily explained right here. They're not videos, it's all text-based. Very easy. Yeah, well, they finally, Tattooed Chef, that's a while now. That's when their merger was finally done. Okay, so I'm going to exit this trade here, the KOPN. I'm going to flatten that position. Yeah, so again, because I'm if for instance, if I wanted to get into this one later on, all I look for is a stock like this, KOPN, near the high of the day. My favorite setup would be a stock near the high of the day that's pulled back just a little bit, bases a little bit, and then all of a sudden pops through the high of the day on volume. And then, of course, it has to have room on these higher time frames. That's you know, those are kind of what I really look for. You know, we see a lot of these ones that were flying in the first few hours of the day. A lot of them can sort of settle down, and then towards the end of the day, not so much today. I'm not sure I saw anything that was spectacular today. But sometimes you see right here, you'll see something that, was just kind of basing a little bit just below the high, and then boom, pops right through the high, but on volume. And if you say, well, how much volume? It's not the absolute amount. It's sort of the relationship to the previous volume bars. So you'll see if it really stands out. Well, we open at 9 o'clock in the room, yes. So if that's what you mean by info, that's when we start talking about what you saw up here, all the pre-market actives. That's what we start talking about them. Not. Okay, these are the ones that are going to go up. Therefore, you should buy them now. No, not information like that, because you just don't know. Nobody knows. Yeah, even an early morning. I mean, you can get an early morning and then it falls back. Like that's CLNE for the longest time. That was the high of the day right there. Now it took it out there, but if it fell back and then just based for a long time, rested, and boom, didn't happen here. But that is kind of what I look for. You guys talking about Fubo? Yeah, I mean, this was mentioned this one earlier. This was an AI alert 2 days ago on Thursday, $30. Wow, I mean, are they all like this? No, of course not. But man, oh man, the AI alert, as I said that day, if this closes well, which it did, I mean, it closed really almost at the high of the day. I mean, and then you saw after hours it was inching up. This is on Thursday I'm talking about. And then here's Friday, and now look at today. GKK, as he said, Fubo, the next Roku. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to tell you not to do that. They're there. People use them. If you can find a way to use them to make money, more power to you. I try to keep things very, very simple. I'm more about price and volume with the odd little indicator thrown in, and that's it. Yeah, so Chuck, okay, do you have are you a subscriber? Do you have our premium service? Do you have our premium service? So you have the AI? Okay. Well, a couple of ways, of course. If you load a symbol and you see, a buy or whatever right on the chart, usually in a daily or a monthly or weekly, then you know that it was a previous one. But otherwise, you can right click on this chart. This is the window that I'd be using. Right click, history, and then previous trading day, or pick a time frame. Okay? So this is the window that I'd be using. I mean, nothing shaking today at all. All right, guys, it's just about getting ready to wrap this up. No, I didn't. I didn't do the VRPA. All right, guys, I think if there are no more questions, I think I'll wrap this up now. I will stay if there are questions. Otherwise, I'll just wrap it up now. It's almost 3 o'clock. Really interesting that I would sound better, but what's the high price filter? There are several filters. You know, minimum volume, minimum relative volume has to be up a certain percent. So there are and then it's a new high for the day, if that's what you mean. So they're repeating, you know, every time a stock makes a new high. Well, this is based on the watch list, you know. So my watch list is right there, the best WL as I call it. Okay. And typically it'll be stocks under $20, typically. When I create my watch list. Yeah, it's typically, you know, for the next day when I do my scanning, once the market closes. So even though I shut down here an hour, then I've got to get to work after an hour later and do my scanning for tomorrow's watch list. Okay, so mark to subscribe. Okay, I'm going to put the link in. Just a second. Okay, so I just put the link in here. So there's the promo you can use, okay? Right there, hopefully you see that. Then if you click on my home page, just click on my home page. And then get trade ideas. Okay, get trade ideas, and then choose the plan you want. We have the annual, we have the monthly and the annual. Once you choose whatever you want, then do the purchase, and then put that promo code, the Happy Holly 25% in here. Okay, is that clear? Okay, so you understand? Okay, great. All right, everybody, I think that's it. I think I'll pack this in. It is 3 o'clock right now. Thank you for all the help. I had a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful trade of the week again. My goodness. So I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening. Excuse me. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.